Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. In 1909, a church caretaker unlocked the front doors for a routine check and stepped into the most blood-soaked sanctuary the state of Michigan had ever seen. In 1909, in a quiet farming town in Michigan, there was a church that nobody was afraid of. It was the kind of simple white building you've probably driven past 100 times without even thinking about it. Small steeple wooden steps, 2 neat rows of windows sitting by itself at a crossroads surrounded by empty fields. On Sundays, families in heavy coats would file in boots, knocking snow from the steps, breath steaming in the cold air, while the old cast-iron stove inside slowly warmed the room. It was safe, familiar, holy ground. At least that's what everybody thought. Until one ordinary afternoon, a man unlocked the front doors for a routine check and walked straight into a nightmare. The caretaker wasn't expecting anything. He was just doing what he always did when the Reverend was out of town: ride over, make sure nobody had broken a window, make sure the stove was off, make sure the hymn books hadn't been eaten by mice. The kind of boring, quiet job people forget even exists. But on this particular day, as he rode up to that little white church, something was wrong before he even reached the steps. There was smoke. A slow, steady column of it curled out of the chimney and disappeared into the gray winter sky. Not the thin leftover haze from a dying fire. Not a wisp. A real fire. A fire that was still going. The caretaker pulled his horse to a stop. The only sounds were the wind skimming over the frozen fields and the leather creaking as he dismounted. The Reverend wasn't supposed to be there. No one was. That stove should have been cold and dead. He stood in front of the church door with his hand on the key and noticed the second wrong thing. The lock was already turned. Someone had left the door unlocked. He pushed it open. You know how churches usually feel when you walk in alone, echoey, a little cold, but still gentle, safe, like the building itself is watching over you. This one didn't feel like that. The air that rolled out of the doorway was hot and heavy with a sour metallic smell that hit the back of his throat. The caretaker took one step inside and froze. The sanctuary, the same simple little room where people had sung hymns and whispered prayers for years, was drenched in red. Streaks, smears. Dark patches soaking into the wood of the pews splashed across the aisle, dotted up the walls. It looked like someone had stood in the very center of God's house and lost their mind. There were scraps of torn black fabric scattered everywhere, clinging to the edges of benches caught on splinters. One of them had a familiar button still attached. The caretaker recognized it immediately. He'd seen that button, that exact suit, every single Sunday, standing behind the pulpit. It belonged to the town's Reverend. He called out, once, twice, just his own voice answering him back from the rafters. Then he saw it, a dark, heavy trail starting near the middle of the room, dragging straight up the aisle toward the front, curving toward the corner where the old iron stove stood, glowing, its door shut tight. Inside that stove was something no one in that town would ever forget. And here's the part that kept detectives awake for months. At first, everyone thought the Reverend was the victim. They were wrong. Tonight, I'm going to tell you what really happened inside that church before the caretaker opened the door, who actually died in there, and how a respected man of God managed to walk out wearing someone else's life. Whatever you think you know about safe places, this story is going to burn that to the ground. By the time the year turned 1909, I was already sleeping in rooms that did not belong to me. This one was in Illinois, some anonymous city with more chimneys than trees, more smoke than sky. The boarding house sat on a narrow street that never really went quiet. Even in winter, even in the early hours, there was always some sound working its way through the brick and plaster and into my bones. That morning, the cold woke me before the light did. I lay on my back in a narrow iron bed staring at the ceiling. A faint line of frost had crept along the inside of the window during the night, tracing pale veins across the glass. Beyond it, the sky was the color of dirty wool, holding back the sun like it was doing the city a favor. The room itself was small enough that if I stretched out my arms, I felt as though I could touch both walls. The wallpaper used to be cream with little blue flowers, but years of coal smoke and damp had turned it into a yellowed, peeling skin. In places it had bubbled and cracked, hanging away from the plaster like loose scabs. There was always the faint smell of old paste and dust, and something sour that never quite left, no matter how wide you opened the window. The radiator in the corner was the loudest thing in the room, and somehow also the most lifeless. It was a squat iron thing, painted a shade that might once have been white. Now it was chipped and flaking rust showing through like dried blood. Every few minutes it would rattle violently, a hollow metallic hammering that sounded as if someone were hitting the pipes in the walls with a piece of rebar. Then it would hiss out a thin breath of steam, warm for a moment, before going quiet again. When the radiator was quiet, the rest of the house took over. Downstairs in the front parlor, there was a tall pendulum clock that belonged to the place more than any of us did. You could hear it all the way up on the second floor, the slow, patient tick and the deeper, chest-like thump of its chime on the hour. Between those pulses of sound, the building itself made smaller noises, floorboards complaining under unseen feet, a window sash rattling when the wind hit it, just so a door somewhere swelling in its frame and then relaxing again with a soft crack. Beyond the walls, the city added its own instruments. Hoofbeats on wet cobblestones, muffled but distinct. Carriage wheels rolling over ruts. A driver's voice cutting through the cold, calling to his horse. Somewhere farther off, the ache of a train whistle rose and fell long and lonely, followed by the grinding rumble of wheels on rails. Now and then, the high metallic ring of a streetcar bell would cut through the lower sounds, sharp as a pin. All of it layered together so that there was no such thing as silence. Only different kinds of noise. For nights now, I had been cataloging those sounds, the way a desperate man might count coins. The bed beneath me creaked when I moved my leg. The thin mattress sagged toward the middle, the straw inside it flattened unevenly by years of other bodies thrashing through their own bad dreams. The sheet had lost its starch a long time ago. It was smooth and cool under my hands, but I still felt every iron bar through it. My pillow smelled faintly of lye soap and a stranger's hair oil like it had belonged to a dozen men before me. I had not slept properly in days. Weeks, if I was honest. Sleep came in jagged pieces, 20 minutes here, an hour there, never enough to feel full. When I did drift off, it was into shallow water, where the smallest sound could drag me back to the surface. A door closing somewhere, a cough in the next room, the clatter of dishes in the kitchen below as Miranda prepared breakfast. Miranda Hughes owned the boarding house. She must have been in her 40s, though the hard lines at the corners of her mouth made her look older when she frowned and younger when she laughed. The first time I stepped through her door, dragging a scuffed valise and the stink of train smoke with me, she had looked me over from boots to hat in one quick sweep. Her hair was always pulled back into a severe knot at the back of her head, pins bristling like little metal thorns. She wore the same thick gray wool sweater almost every day, its cuffs shiny from years of being rubbed absent-mindedly by nervous fingers. There was always a smudge of flour or coal dust on it somewhere. Her voice when she spoke had a rough edge, like she'd been up late arguing with someone or shouting over a loud room for years. It wasn't unkind, just tired. "You looking for a room?" she'd asked me that first day, eyes flicking to my hands, then to my collar, then back to my face. There was politeness there, and beneath it, a careful distance. The look of a woman who had seen men come and go with too many stories, most of them better left unquestioned. "Just for a little while," I'd said. Now on that cold January morning, she did what she always did, came quietly up the stairs at first light, her steps soft but unmistakable on the narrow hallway boards. I heard her pause outside my door, the tray in her hands, shifting with a little clink of dishes. The smell arrived next week, coffee, thin but hot, a heel of bread, something that might have been eggs if you were feeling generous. She never knocked. She just set the tray down gently on the floor, the china giving a gentle hollow tap against the warped wood, and then walked away. 2 steps. 3. The minor groan of the stair when she started back down. I never opened the door until she was gone. It's not that I wasn't hungry. My stomach had its own ideas about what I needed, and it made them known loudly. It growled and twisted every smell that seeped under the door, making it ache. The first few days I had eaten because it seemed too rude not to, especially when she was trying to be kind. But then I stopped. Fasting was the word I gave her, the one that made sense on the surface. In a world that still believed hunger could be holy, all I had to do was tilt my head in that familiar way and say, "I'm fasting for a while." For clarity. She had nodded the way people do when they don't really understand, but don't want to be unkind. The truth was simpler and uglier. Food felt like something for the living. Inside the room, the air tasted of coal dust and old cabbage. There was always a faint echo of last night's supper lodged in the wallpaper. Boiled potatoes, overcooked vegetables, cheap meat stewed until it surrendered. The smell seeped up from the kitchen, wound through the cracks in the floor, and curled into the corners like a ghost that didn't know where it was supposed to be. The window was the only part of the room that seemed to lead anywhere. If I turned my head on the pillow, I could see the backyard. A rectangle of hard, frozen dirt sprinkled with a crust of snow that had been stepped on enough times to lose its innocence. 2 lines of sagging rope hung between crooked poles, a few clothespins still clinging there, their hinges stiff with cold. Against the far fence squatted a shape I had come to hate, the outhouse. It was nothing more than a box of wood, with a slanted roof, its planks gray and warped from years of weather. In the summer, I imagined it would reek and crawl with flies. In winter, it just sat there, a dark smudge against the whiteness, its door slightly askew. Sometimes when the wind was right, it would catch the edge of that door and make it tap-tap softly against the frame. A hesitant, almost polite knock. Other times it would pull a thin, whining whistle through whatever cracks time had carved into the boards. From my bed, I could see the path that led from the back steps of the house straight to that little wooden box. Footprints from the day before had frozen into shallow dishes filled now with a thin glaze of ice. The line of them, small and regular, looked like a series of question marks stamped into the earth. I had been watching that path far more than any sane man should. Every creak in the hallway above it, every stir of motion near the back door made my eyes flick to the window. I watched Miranda cross the yard with a basket of laundry, her breath fogging in front of her arms, tight around herself. I watched other boarders stumble out there, half awake in the dark, their shoulders hunched, boots skidding on the frost. I watched and I counted. It isn't normal to count other people's trips to an outhouse. It isn't decent. But there is nothing normal or decent about a man hiding from his own life either. That morning, the sounds came in their usual order. The radiator clanged and hissed, then settled. The clock downstairs ticked its way into another minute. A carriage rattled past the front of the house, the horse snorting metal traces jingling. Somewhere much farther away, a train complained as it pulled into a station, its call drawn out and mournful. A door on the second floor opened and closed the latch, clicking like a tongue against teeth. A cough, wet and persistent, came from the end of the hall, followed by someone spitting into a basin. China clinked gently below. Miranda stirring sugar into someone's coffee perhaps, or clearing last night's plates. Beneath all of that, almost too small to notice, was another sound. The one that had been wearing at me the most. Drip. It came from above the ceiling just over the window. A leak in the gutter, probably frozen and thawed so many times it could no longer do its only job. Water gathered somewhere up there, and then let go one drop at a time, hitting some invisible surface just hard enough to be heard. Drip, tick, rattle, hiss, distant hooves, drip. It was as if the house and the city and the sky had all agreed on a rhythm and were sticking to it like a hymn they'd sung so often they no longer heard the words. Lying there listening, I had the strangest sensation that I was not the only one counting. It was a ridiculous thought, irrational. I knew that. And yet, every time the clock downstairs swallowed another second, I felt something in me respond, as if another notch had been cut into my ribs. Every drip above the window made my fingers twitch in time. Every cough, every footstep, every clang of the radiator seemed to fall into a pattern I could almost see. The pattern of a life narrowing. If I closed my eyes, I could picture it some unseen thing perched in the corner of the room where the two walls met the ceiling knees, drawn up arms clasped around them, head tilted, as it listened with me. Not speaking, not moving, just counting. Counting the creaks in the floor, counting the coughs, counting the drops of water, counting my heartbeats as if it knew exactly how many were left. I opened my eyes again. The window was still there. The outhouse was still there. The frost on the glass had crept a little farther inward, its delicate white fingers stretching down toward the sill. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the frame giving a small complaint under my weight. My bare feet met the chill of the floorboards, each board a different shade of gray and brown, polished in strange places by decades of footsteps. The cold climbed up through my ankles, cautious and methodical, like it was afraid of startling me. For a moment, I just sat there hunched forward, elbows on my knees, listening. To the radiator, to the clock, to the slow, patient drip above the window, to my own breathing too loud in the small room. There is a point at which prayer becomes impossible. I had passed it some time ago. My eyes slid to the small wooden desk under the window. It was a cheap thing, scarred with ink stains and knife marks, one leg shorter than the others, so that it rocked if you leaned on it too hard. On top of it sat a dry ink bottle, a pen with a cracked nib, and a little ceramic dish with sand in it to blot mistakes. My mistakes needed more than sand. I stood up, each joint announcing itself, and crossed the space between the bed and the desk in 3 steps. My fingers brushed the surface of the wood, trailing over old scratches carved there by hands that were not mine. Initials, dates, small, desperate attempts to say I was here in a place designed to forget you as soon as you paid your bill and left. I wasn't tempted to carve my own. I reached for the single drawer built into the desk, the handle a small brass knob gone dull with age. For a second, my hand hovered there, suspended, caught between the urge to leave it closed and the knowledge that everything I had run from was inside. The radiator clanged once behind me, as if impatient. Outside, a wagon rolled past the driver, shouting something I couldn't make out. A bell from somewhere farther down the street rang twice. I curled my fingers around the knob and pulled. The drawer slid open with a soft, sticky sound, wood against wood. Inside lay a sheaf of paper edges, slightly curled the first few pages, already covered in my cramped handwriting. Beside them, the ink bottle half full. The pen. A few stray grains of sand from the blotter. And at the top of the first page, underlined as if I had needed to make it more real, were the words, "To the Sheriff of Rattle Run." In 1909, a church caretaker unlocked the front doors for a routine check and stepped into the most blood-soaked sanctuary the state of Michigan had ever seen. In 1909, in a quiet farming town in Michigan, there was a church that nobody was afraid of. It was the kind of simple white building you've probably driven past 100 times without even thinking about it. Small steeple wooden steps, 2 neat rows of windows sitting by itself at a crossroads surrounded by empty fields. On Sundays, families in heavy coats would file in boots, knocking snow from the steps, breath steaming in the cold air, while the old cast-iron stove inside slowly warmed the room. It was safe, familiar, holy ground. At least that's what everybody thought. Until one ordinary afternoon, a man unlocked the front doors for a routine check and walked straight into a nightmare. The caretaker wasn't expecting anything. He was just doing what he always did when the Reverend was out of town: ride over, make sure nobody had broken a window, make sure the stove was off, make sure the hymn books hadn't been eaten by mice. The kind of boring, quiet job people forget even exists. But on this particular day, as he rode up to that little white church, something was wrong before he even reached the steps. There was smoke. A slow, steady column of it curled out of the chimney and disappeared into the gray winter sky. Not the thin leftover haze from a dying fire. Not a wisp. A real fire. A fire that was still going. The caretaker pulled his horse to a stop. The only sounds were the wind skimming over the frozen fields and the leather creaking as he dismounted. The Reverend wasn't supposed to be there. No one was. That stove should have been cold and dead. He stood in front of the church door with his hand on the key and noticed the second wrong thing. The lock was already turned. Someone had left the door unlocked. He pushed it open. You know how churches usually feel when you walk in alone, echoey, a little cold, but still gentle, safe. Like the building itself is watching over you. This one didn't feel like that. The air that rolled out of the doorway was hot and heavy with a sour metallic smell that hit the back of his throat. The caretaker took one step inside and froze. The sanctuary, the same simple little room where people had sung hymns and whispered prayers for years, was drenched in red. Streaks, smears. Dark patches soaking into the wood of the pews splashed across the aisle, dotted up the walls. It looked like someone had stood in the very center of God's house and lost their mind. There were scraps of torn black fabric scattered everywhere, clinging to the edges of benches caught on splinters. One of them had a familiar button still attached. The caretaker recognized it immediately. He'd seen that button, that exact suit, every single Sunday, standing behind the pulpit. It belonged to the town's Reverend. He called out. Once. Twice. Just his own voice answering him back from the rafters. Then he saw it, a dark, heavy trail starting near the middle of the room, dragging straight up the aisle toward the front, curving toward the corner where the old iron stove stood, glowing its door shut tight. Inside that stove, was something no one in that town would ever forget. And here's the part that kept detectives awake for months. At first, everyone thought the Reverend was the victim. I stare at those words long enough that they stop looking like letters and start looking like shapes, 4 words, 1 destination. A man I have never met, who nonetheless now exists in my mind, as clearly as if he were sitting across from me. I imagine you with your sleeves rolled up, ink on your fingers, the smell of old paper and pipe smoke and sweat in the air around you. I imagine the ledger with my name in it lying open on your desk, the weight of the word missing dragging down the far side of the page. I dip the pen. Ink gathers on the nib like a dark teardrop trembling. My hand moves before my courage can get in the way. There is a skull in a stove and a name in your ledger and a body you'll find behind this house. I stop and let that line sit there between us. I know how it sounds. Dramatic. Too neat. As if I had rehearsed it, I didn't. It's just that when you hold a thing terrible enough in your thoughts for long enough, it eventually compresses down to its hardest points, the way bone does when you burn away everything else. Skull, stove, ledger, body, house. I do not tell you yet whose skull it is, or whose name, or whose body. I don't tell you which house. I let the images hang there on purpose like hooks in a dark room. You'll walk into them soon enough. As I write, the world outside keeps going. Someone laughs drunkenly far down the street, the sound too loud and too lonely for this hour. A cart rumbles past with wooden barrels rattling in the back, metal hoops squealing against the planks. The boarding house itself adds its own small symphony spoon against cup in the kitchen, Miranda's muffled voice offering breakfast, a boarder's reply full of sleep and resignation. Up here, I write for a man who hasn't found me yet. I don't know when you'll get this, Sheriff. Days from now, weeks. It depends on how quickly they connect the dots, how quickly they look beyond the little white church and its glowing chimney, how quickly they start wondering why a Reverend's skull in a stove doesn't quite sit right with the tracks in the snow. What I do know is this: by the time you read these words, I will be beyond your reach. That's not a threat. It's not bravado. It's just a fact. There are some distances men can close with horses and telegrams and warrants, and some they cannot. I'm not asking you to forgive me. In your line of work, forgiveness is a luxury you cannot afford. I'm not asking you to understand me either. I have lived inside my own head for 46 years, and I barely understand myself. All I ask is that you see the full shape of what happened before you hammer a single word down beside my name, madman or monster or murderer, and decide that's all there is. The pen scratches on the paper as I lay down the first thread of that shape. To understand the skull, you need to see the stove. To understand the stove, you need to see the church. To understand the church, you need to see the man who unlocked its door that day. And to understand him, Sheriff, you have to come back with me to a different morning entirely. January 6th, rural Michigan. Not this cramped city room, but a small wooden cottage where the cold came in through the walls, just as surely as it does here, and where the only thing keeping it at bay was the warmth from a kitchen stove and the presence of a family gathered close. I can smell it even now, the mix of coffee and wood smoke, and the faint sweetness of my youngest child's hair when I bent to kiss the top of his head. I can see my wife's hands red from dishwater as she wiped them on her apron and reached up to straighten my collar like she had 100 times before her thumb lingering just a second over the jump of my pulse at my throat. I can hear the sounds too. Not the clatter of city wheels, but the quiet scrape of my boots across our threshold. The crunch of fresh snow under the hooves of my horse as I led him out of the lean-to. The far-off caw of a crow from a bare tree. the creak of our front gate, the way our door closed with a gentle click behind me, the sound of my life closing itself in on the warm side while I walked out into the gray. I did not ride out that morning intending to kill anyone. I need you to hold on to that. Not as an excuse, intent doesn't wash blood off wood, but as a fact. The man who buttoned his black coat that day, who kissed his children and checked the Bible in his saddlebag, believed he was going to Columbus to preach a revival, not to carve a man to pieces in a house of God. The wind at my window sighs, dragging me back into the present. The radiator gives a faint, defeated tick, as if reminding me where I really am. There's a skull in a stove, Sheriff, and there's going to be a body behind this boarding house before long. Both of those things are my doing. You'll see the places for yourself. You'll stand in the aisle of that church and smell what I left there. You'll stand in the yard outside this house and look down at the patch of disturbed earth by the outhouse and wonder what kind of man chooses that spot to open his own throat. You'll turn my actions over in your mind like a coin and try to guess what was on the other side of the madness, evil, fear, something else. You deserve at least one honest thing at the start of that work. The pen feels heavier than stone as I lower it again, the nib biting just a little into the cheap paper as I press harder than I mean to. Each letter sits there dark and final as I write the words that will change how you hear everything that follows. My name, the one you wrote in your ledger, with a neat little note beside it that said missing presumed dead, is Reverend John Carmichael. You see Reverend on the page, Sheriff, and you picture something solid, a steady man, a center of gravity in a small town. You imagine someone people come to when things are falling apart, marriages, crops, faith, and you assume his own mind is the one thing he can rely on. That's the idea anyway. That's the costume. Underneath my mind was never as firm as the collar around my neck made it look. To understand how a man like me ends up believing another man can reach into his skull with nothing but a grin and a silver coin, you'd have to come back farther than that January morning. You'd have to step into a different house entirely decades earlier and listen. The house I grew up in was smaller than the one I left behind in Michigan, and somehow seemed bigger in the ways that mattered. The ceilings were low, the walls close, and the sounds inside it always felt too loud for the space that held them. My father spent long stretches of his days sitting at the kitchen table, the same spot, the same wooden chair, his hands folded or resting flat on the scarred surface. Not reading, not writing, not sleeping. Just staring at the far wall as if something were written there that only he could see. Sometimes you could speak his name twice before he blinked and turned his head. His pupils would adjust as if he were coming up out of deep water. He'd smile then, sheepish, like he'd been caught daydreaming and knew better. Got a little lost in my thoughts, he'd say. But it didn't sound like a man who'd been daydreaming. It sounded like a man who'd gone somewhere he didn't choose and was trying to pretend it was a nice place. My mother was always aware of the air behind her. She had a way of pausing in the middle of a room and glancing back over her shoulder with her lips pressed together like she'd just heard someone whisper her name from inches away. If you asked her what was wrong, she'd wave it off and scold you for sneaking up on her when you'd been standing in front of her the whole time. Sometimes late at night, I'd find her standing in the doorway between the hall and the sitting room. Her hand braced on the frame, her body angled as if she were listening to something I couldn't hear. "It's right there," she whispered once, not realizing I was behind her. Just standing. The noises in that house did not help. We had a tall wooden clock that hung on the wall opposite the table where my father sat. Its tick-tock was louder than any clock I've ever heard since. It didn't just mark the seconds, it hammered them into the boards into your skull. At night, when the rest of the house was quiet, That tick became a kind of voice, all its own, filling the gaps between breaths. The floorboards groaned even when no one was walking on them. Long, low creaks that started in one corner and traveled to another, as if someone invisible were pacing a rote burned into the wood, wearing a trench into the years. More than once, I heard the distinct sound of a step on the stair, that specific dip and complaint of the middle tread, and went out into the hall to find the staircase empty from top to bottom. When the wind picked up, it threaded itself down through the chimney and into the stove with a sound like someone sighing into a tin can. On stormy nights, it was worse. The gusts would force air down and then snatch it back, making a warbling moan that rose and fell just on the edge of words. If you grow up in a house like that, where a man with your jawline stares blankly at walls and a woman with your eyes flinches at the feeling of someone always standing just behind her, the line between normal noises and wrong ones gets thin. Very thin. They called my parents nervous folk in the kindest way they knew how. His father gets spells. His mother's a bit high-strung. Those were the phrases neighbors used on porches and in shops, lowering their voices just enough to make it clear they didn't want to be cruel, just accurate. No one used words like illness. That word was for bodies, not for minds. I learned early that you can't change the sounds a house makes. You can't stop the clock or silence the boards or ask the wind to find another chimney. All you can do is try to build some kind of order inside your head to counter what's happening outside it. For me, that order came in the shape of scripture. When I was old enough to read properly, I started with the Bible because it was the book my father kept closest to him, and because in that house, words that came in columns and numbered verses felt less likely to rearrange themselves when you weren't looking. There was a safety in the way the lines sat on the page, left to right, top to bottom. Chapter, verse reference, genealogies that marched along through generations with no concern at all for the creaks in the floor. Commands and promises and parables that did not care how loud the wind moaned in the flue. By the time I was old enough to think about leaving, the church felt like the only building where the noises made sense. In school, the rooms were chaos, children, chalk, slamming desks. In town, the general store had its own clatter of boots and barrels, and gossip, nothing predictable about it. But in church, the sounds came in a pattern I could trust, the pipe organ wheezing into life, the rustle of hymnals opening and closing together, the unified murmur of prayer, the collective shuffle and creak as a whole congregation rose to its feet or sank back into pews. Those pews, long wooden benches polished by generations of Sunday clothes, had a very specific voice. When people stood, they exhaled a soft, tired chorus of creaks. When people sat, they answered with a lower, more resigned groan. I used to sit there and listen to that call and response, the wood and the bodies negotiating space and weight, and feel something in me relax that never relaxed anywhere else. When I went away to study, to sit in drafty rooms with other young men memorizing doctrine and practicing sermons, the choice to become a reverend felt less like a calling and more like a strategy. If madness runs in your family, being surrounded by structure seems sensible. I learned how to take a passage and divide it into 3 points. How to move a room of people from introduction to conviction to comfort. How to raise my voice just enough to fill the back corners without shouting. How to read the tiny shifts in posture and breath that told me when a crowd was with me or drifting. The first time I stood at a pulpit and preached, my hands shook so badly that I had to grip the edges of the lectern to keep the paper from rattling. My voice, though, did not betray me. It came out strong and clear, like a stranger had been waiting inside my chest for this precise moment to borrow my mouth. When I finished and stepped down, the world felt sharper. The stained glass didn't just glimmer, it sang in colors. The dust in the beams of light didn't just float, it danced in a pattern. That's how it gets you, Sheriff. Not the madness, the order. The church was the first place where the noise in my head was quieter than the noise in the room. So I stayed. I studied. I married the calling like men marry women, hoping it would steady my blood. And for a long time it worked. The shadows didn't disappear, but they learned to keep to the corners. The strange little moments hearing my name whispered in an empty hallway, catching the feeling of someone standing at my shoulder when I was alone in the study, seeing a shape in the reflection of a window that vanished. When I turned, became rare enough that I could fold them into prayers and move on. Everyone hears things now. And then I told myself, everyone sees something out of the corner of their eye that isn't there. But everyone doesn't look at their father and see the same vacant stare beginning around the edges. Everyone doesn't watch their mother flinch at the same invisible presence that sometimes makes them turn heart-pounding in their own kitchen. I have always been afraid of one particular sound more than any knocking or moaning or creaking a house can make. It's the sound something makes when it cracks. Not a dramatic snap, not a shattering. Just that first hairline fracture, the one nobody hears until it's too late. A frozen branch under too much weight. A dam after too many storms. A mind stretched too far for too long. If madness runs in the blood, I believed faith would be my dam. I stacked sermons and rituals and good works against it like sandbags against a rising river. I stood on that wall for years and told myself the water wasn't really climbing. I was wrong. It cracked on a winter road the morning I kissed my wife goodbye and rode out toward Columbus. For the record, Sheriff, the town itself did not look like a place where anything terrible could happen. If you'd ridden through in the daylight before January 6th, you might have envied me my life there. A small main street lined with buildings that all seemed to lean comfortably toward one another, like old friends sharing the same winter coat. The kind of place where people knew each other's children, dogs, and debts, and where the most exciting thing most weeks was a shipment arriving late at the general store. In winter, the whole town wore the same color. Snow lay thick on the roofs of the general store. The post office, the blacksmiths, and the houses curled up behind them, pulling their chimneys tight around themselves like scarves. The eaves grew teeth rows of icicles sharpened by wind and thaw. Smoke rose from every chimney in slow gray ropes flattening out once it hit the low January sky. The main street itself started at the church and ran straight down the slope past those few essential buildings before dissolving into farms and fields. By midwinter, the road was more ice than dirt packed hard by wheels and hooves, the ruts frozen into pale grooves that made wagons rattle if you hit them wrong. On Sundays, the church bell marked the town's heartbeat. Do you know that sound? It's different from a clock. A clock ticks along with the careless confidence of time, whether anyone's listening or not. A church bell, though, is swung by a person. It has intention. When our bell rang, the sound rolled out over the snow-covered roofs and the fields beyond, deep and rounded and a little cracked near the top, like an old man's voice that had shouted too much in his youth. At the first toll, you'd see doors open up and down the street. Families stepped out wrapped in wool and leather breath puffing from their mouths, boots biting into the snow with soft, wet crunches. Parents called to children. Children ignored them, racing ahead to smash old drifts and kick loose chunks of ice into the road. The air filled with the ordinary noises of a small town, waking to ritual the rasp of shovels as someone cleared steps, the grumble of a wagon wheel reluctant to turn after a cold night, the metallic ring of a horseshoe striking an unseen stone under the snow. And threaded through it all the sounds you only notice if you stop walking and listen, the huff of horses' breath clouding in front of their muzzles, the squeak of leather harnesses, the far-off cackle of crows sitting in the bare branches beyond the last house. The sharp, bright laughter of children hurling snow at one another in the empty lot beside the post office, their mittens soaked and their noses red. To most of them, I was just Reverend. I moved among them like another piece of the scenery, a man in a black coat and a white collar nodding, touching an arm here, clapping a shoulder there. I'd answer the same questions every week. How are you, Reverend? Will you say a word over my father's grave? Can you come by and pray for my wife? And I'd give the same kind of answers, measured and warm and practiced, until they felt almost like instinct. My days had a pattern. That's important. Morning visits to the sick or the shut-in, walking down side streets where the snow was less trampled, listening to my own boots squeak as the cold tried to work its way in through split leather. Afternoons spent in the small office off the side of the church, going over sermon notes, writing letters, and occasionally just sitting with my hands folded, while the dust motes turned lazy circles in the weak light. There were funerals, too many in winter. The sound of dirt hitting a coffin lid in frozen ground has its own taste in the air, dry and metallic. I would stand there with my Bible open, words of comfort ready on my tongue, and watch my breath mingle with the faint steam coming off the freshly turned earth. And there were weddings and christenings, and the everyday work of reminding people that their lives had meaning beyond the ebb and flow of crops and weather and gossip. It was not glamorous, but it was steady. I would travel out to the little church at Rattle Run once or twice a week, depending on the season and who needed what. That church was less a building and more an idea nailed to the landscape. No houses nearby, no shops, just a white wooden structure parked at the crossing of two narrow roads with fields stretching away on three sides and a thin line of trees on the fourth. You'd have liked it if you saw it before. The boards were painted white long ago, though the weather had chewed the color down in places and left the wood showing through like bone. A small steeple sat on the roof, almost shy, not much taller than a grown man, topped with a metal cross that caught the light when the sun bothered to come out. The front door was thick, solid wood, scarred with years of hands knocking and pushing and pulling its iron latch cold enough in deep winter to burn your skin if you held it too long without gloves. Inside, the air always smelled the same, a mix of old wood candle wax and the faint charred tang of coal that had long ago seeped into everything from the floorboards to the hymnals. The stove in the corner was a big black cast iron thing with a potbelly and a narrow rectangular door. When you opened it, the hinge made a low, complaining squeal followed by the soft roar of whatever fire still lived inside. On truly cold days, that sound and the heat that came with it were the only signs that the building was occupied at all. I would let myself in, my key turning with a reluctant click in the lock, and the hush inside would fall around me like a blanket, thicker somehow than the silence out in the fields. My footsteps on the aisle between the pews would be almost too loud, each step producing a hollow thump that rolled forward, echoed back, and then disappeared into the high corners of the room. Rattle Run was where I went when I wanted to feel small in a good way. Back in town, I was a necessary shape. People needed me to be solid, present sure. Out there with the wind throwing itself against the walls and the empty pews watching me, I could believe for a little while that I was just part of the furniture. That's the backdrop, Sheriff. That quiet, simple place under too much snow. That's the stage on which all of this took place. Into that picture, you have to place Gideon Browning. The first time I remember really seeing him, not just as one more half-familiar face in a pew or a slumped shape on a saloon bench, but as something interrupting the frame was a day like 100 others. I'd gone out to Rattle Run to check the stove and make sure the last storm hadn't found some new way in through the roof. The sky was a washed-out white, the kind that made it hard to tell where the horizon ended and the clouds began. The snow along the side of the building had drifted up against the walls in slow, sculpted curves. My boots squeaked as I rounded the back corner of the church, the breath from my nose making a small, steady cloud in front of me. He was there, leaning against one of the thin, tired trees that grew just beyond the rear wall. At first I thought he was just another shadow. Then I saw the flare of orange as he drew on the cigarette between his fingers, the ember lighting up the hollows of his cheeks for a second, turning his eyes into dark pits. Gideon was wearing a brown shirt that might once have been respectable, but now looked permanently stained, and a long coat darkened in patches by old spills and older weather. His hair was slicked back with something that made it shine even in the dull light, giving his whole head a greasy sheen. His boots were good leather, under the dirt, the heels hard. When he shifted his weight, I heard the sharp tap of them on the thin crust of ice over the ground. He watched me as I came around the corner, his head angled slightly down, his eyes up. There was a grin on his face, not wide, not yet, just that half-crooked expression some men wear when they've just thought of a joke you won't find funny. "Afternoon, Reverend," he said, smoke leaking out of his mouth with the words. "Didn't mean to spook you." I hadn't flinched, but the fact that he said it made me wonder if something in my face had betrayed me all the same. I nodded polite. I knew who he was in the way everyone in town did. Gideon Browning, the man who drank too much and worked too little, who could be charming in the morning, mean by noon, and begging forgiveness by nightfall. The man's stories clung to like Burr's fights outside the tavern, stupid bets gone wrong, long stretches of unpredictable behavior, followed by periods of sullen quiet. He didn't belong at the back of a church in the middle of nowhere. Not in the picture I carried in my head of what that place was for. But there he was, as solid as the tree. He leaned on the ash of his cigarette, dropping in small gray flecks onto the snow at his feet. I said something lukewarm and safe. "Afternoon, Gideon. Cold day to be out on your own." He shrugged the gesture, sending a soft crackle through the fabric of his coat. "Place is as good as any," he replied. Didn't figure the Lord would mind long as I stayed at the back. His boots made that sharp little sound again as he shifted. Tap, tap. That was it. A small moment, barely an interruption in my day. I went inside. I checked the stove. I looked for leaks. When I came back out, he was gone. No footprints, but my own led back toward the road. The town would have told you he was always like that, here then gone. A bad penny rolling into view at a tavern door, turning up behind you at the general store, appearing where he had no business being, and then vanishing when you turned your head. At the time, I told myself I'd just happened upon him. That's all. It was only later, after the 3rd, 5th, 10th time I looked up and found Gideon Browning exactly where I already was, that I began to wonder who was happening upon whom. One afternoon, not long before the ride to Columbus, I stepped out of the post office with a handful of letters and a mind full of mundane concerns. Sermon notes, a sick parishioner, a bill for coal. The snow in the street had turned to a gray slush under the steady traffic of the morning, and the air smelled like wet wool and horses. I tucked an envelope inside my coat, turned to head back up the street, and stopped. Across the road, leaning in the narrow wedge of space between the post office and the general store, was Gideon. Arms folded, one boot braced against the wall, cigarette hanging loose from his fingers. He wasn't talking to anyone. He wasn't watching the wagons go by. He was looking straight at me. Not surprised, not caught in the act of doing anything, just standing there like a man who had been waiting for exactly this moment. After that day outside the post office, I started noticing Gideon everywhere. At first, it was easy enough to explain away. Ours was not a big town. There were only so many places a man could go if he wanted to buy something, drink something, or simply stand in someone else's way. Take the market, for example. On Saturdays, the general store filled up with the usual crowd. Farmers come in from the edges of town with lists in their heads, women with baskets on their arms, and children orbiting around their skirts like small chaotic moons. The smell inside was always the same: flour, leather, tobacco, pickled vegetables, and the faint, sweet note of apples gone just past their prime. I stood at the counter one morning, waiting for Mr. Hartley to measure out sugar into a paper bag. His brass scoop made that soft, comforting sound as it dragged through the barrel, the crystals whispering against the metal. Behind me, people shuffled and murmured, boots thudding dully against the plank floor. "Whiskey," a voice said at my left elbow. I hadn't noticed anyone step up beside me. I turned my head, and there he was, as if he'd been there the whole time. Gideon rested his forearms on the counter, fingers drumming a soundless rhythm on the scarred wood. His shirt looked like it had slept on him for 3 days. There was stubble on his jaw, and an old bruise yellowing along one cheekbone, like someone had taken a half-hearted swing at him a week before, and then thought better of following through. "Morning, Reverend," he said, not looking at me. "Didn't see you there." Hartley hesitated, glanced from me to Gideon, then set the sugar aside and went to fetch a bottle from behind him. The glass thumped down on the counter between us with a sound that felt too loud. "I was just leaving," I said, though my sugar hadn't been wrapped yet. Gideon smiled without humor. "Always going somewhere, aren't you?" It was a nothing comment. A man could say that to any other man and have it mean as little as the streaks in the floorboards. But the way he said it, eyes still on the bottle, fingers now tapping against its neck, made the hair at the back of my neck prick. A few days later, he appeared at the opposite end of the same counter while I stood there again, this time collecting lamp oil. Different day, different reason, same place, same man, at almost the same moment. His voice slid into my ear as easily as if he'd been invited. "You keep this town lit, Reverend," he said, nodding at the lamp oil, inside and out. I laughed politely. That's what people saw, the polite laugh, the smoothed expression. Not the way my stomach gave a small, unwelcome twist. Church was supposed to be where I was in control. On Sundays, the pews gathered everyone in straight, obedient lines. The sound of hymnals, opening pages, fluttering voices rising together, that was my territory. I knew what to expect there. When Gideon started showing up, he disrupted that soundtrack in the smallest ways. He took a place in the back row, the first time sliding into the end of the bench with a little more weight than necessary. The wood beneath him complained a long, drawn-out creak that made several heads turn. He grinned at their glances, tipped an imaginary hat, then leaned back with his arms sprawled across the top of the pew, his posture more appropriate for a bar than a house of worship. When I preached, he watched me intently. Not the hungry, hopeful way some of the younger men did, as if they were waiting for a version of themselves to appear in my words. Not the bored, dutiful attention of the older regulars. Gideon watched like a man who was trying to see through the back of my skull to what was moving around behind my eyes. He laughed once. That was the worst of it. It happened on a Sunday I remember more clearly now than I did a week after it. I was speaking about fear, about how it twists men, makes them see threats where there are none, makes them forget the promises they've been given. It was not a subtle sermon in retrospect. I stood at the pulpit, hands planted on the wood, and said something about the devil never coming at us with horns and a tail, but with familiar faces and ordinary hands. Gideon chuckled. A small, sharp sound that snapped in the air like a twig under a boot. Every head turned as if someone had dropped a glass. He made no effort to hide it, did not cough to cover, did not bow his head in apology. He just stared at me with that same half grin and let the silence fold back into my words. The bench under him gave another little creak as he shifted. It should have sounded like nothing, but from where I stood, it echoed. It's easy to say afterward that I was overreacting, that a drunk at the back of the church would irk any man of God, that a laugh in the wrong place could stick in anyone's mind. But each small thing builds on the last. A coincidence isn't heavy until you stack it on top of another and another and another. One evening close to dusk, I sat at my desk, finishing a letter by lamplight. The house around me was a warm blur of familiar sounds, my wife moving in the kitchen, the comforting burble of a pot on the stove, our youngest child humming tunelessly to himself as he stacked wooden blocks on the parlor rug. The window beside my desk was a dark mirror. I could see my own face in it if I looked up the lamplight, catching the white of my collar, the smudged shadows under my eyes. Then I heard it, the crunch of hooves in our front yard. Slow, measured steps. Not the clatter of someone passing by on the road, but the deliberate, heavy sound of a horse stopping where it shouldn't. I set my pen down. The nib left a small comet of ink on the paper as it dragged. In the kitchen, my wife fell silent, listening too. The humming in the parlor stopped. I stood and went to the window. The lamplight behind me made my reflection strong enough that I had to press my face almost to the glass to see past it. My breath fogged the pain. Through that little clearing, I saw a rider's back. Coat, dark shoulders hunched against the cold. The horse's head dipped, blowing steam into the air. The man sat there unmoving as if he'd been posed. "Who is it?" my wife called. But before I could answer, the rider twitched the reins. The horse turned. For a moment, the angle of his head and the line of his jaw were unmistakable. Then he was gone, hooves grinding over the frozen path, the sound fading down the lane. "Just someone going by," I lied, stepping back from the glass. Was it Gideon? I would swear to you now it was. Yet, if you pressed me on the details, on the precise shade of the coat, on whether I saw his face clearly enough to pick it out of a lineup, I would have to admit that my certainty is made of feeling more than fact. That's how it went for weeks. I would be crossing the street thinking about nothing more dangerous than the weather, and hear a laugh I'd know anywhere, only to turn and find him on a corner. I'd walk into the blacksmith's to ask about repairs to a wagon and find Gideon leaning against a post, talking too loudly with a group of men whose eyes slipped toward me the moment the bell above the door chimed. I'd go to offer a prayer over an old woman's bed and discover he'd been there not an hour before to help with some chores, though he had never been known to help anyone without a bottle at the end of it. At home, where I should have felt safest, the sounds of the house turned on me. Lying in bed at night, I would hear the wind slap the shutters against the siding and picture a hand hitting the pane instead. The soft click of a branch against the roof became a boot on the porch. The long, slow sigh the chimney made when the fire died down became the exhale of someone standing just outside our door, deciding whether or not to knock. Every creak of the floorboards, a normal part of any old house settling into the cold, grew teeth. The boards in the front hall always protested when someone walked from the door to the parlor. I heard that pattern in the dark more than once, eyes wide open, my wife breathing deeply beside me. It was easy to imagine a figure moving silently through our rooms, pausing just outside our bedroom door, listening. I began to see him out of the corner of my eye in places he could not have been. A shape at the far end of an alley that turned out to be just a stack of barrels. A figure in a doorway that was only a coat hanging from a nail. A shadow behind a tree that dissolved when I blinked and realized the sun had slipped half an inch behind a cloud. At the same time, life inside our walls went on being embarrassingly gentle. In the evenings, my wife would make tea, the kettle whistling softly on the stove, while the pot on the back burner bubbled with stew. The air in the house filled with the smell of carrots and onions and beef, the kind of simple food that feels heavier than it is because of where and with whom you eat it. Our children sprawled on the rug, wooden toys scattered around them, their small voices colliding with each other in excitement. The cat we'd taken in curled up on the hearth, flicking its tail lazily, opening one eye only when someone stepped too close. The lamplight made everything look more solid: chairs, hands, faces. Within that circle of glow, the world was understandable, divisible into tasks and chores and small acts of kindness. The sound of the spoon clinking against the side of a cup, the murmur of my wife asking about my day, the sudden bubbling laughter of a child, all of it formed a counter-melody to the harsh, jarring notes of Gideon's appearances. And maybe that's why every time I saw him, really saw him, it felt like ink spilled across a white tablecloth. Too dark, too sharp, too much. A man like him did not fit into my picture of what our town was supposed to be. He didn't follow the same patterns. He cut across them like a bad line in a familiar hymn. Looking back, I have to admit something to you, Sheriff. Something that doesn't make me look any saner. Most of the time when I saw Gideon, I only saw pieces. A coat like his, a stance like his, the set of a man's shoulders that reminded me of him. He walked the same streets we all did. He bought his food from the same places. He warmed himself at the same stove in the same tavern. In a town as small as ours, you're bound to cross paths with the same people again and again. It's simple arithmetic, not witchcraft. It's entirely possible, more than possible, that many of those moments I built into a pattern were nothing more than chance. That I was taking the ordinary movement of a single flawed man through a small space and turning it into proof of something darker, because it matched the shape of the fear already growing in me. That's the truth I need you to sit with as we go on. I am not a reliable witness of my own dread. By the time I rode out toward Columbus, I had already decided deep down that Gideon Browning could find me anywhere. Whether that was ever actually true, or whether I just needed it to be true to explain what came next, is a question I'm still afraid to answer. The day before I left for Columbus was the kind of day that makes you think nothing truly terrible can happen under that much snow. I remember sitting at my desk by the front window, a mug of coffee cooling at my elbow, the Bible open in front of me, and a blank sheet of paper waiting like a dare. Outside, the world was gray and white and quiet, the kind of quiet that isn't really silence at all, just a thin blanket laid over all the usual noise. The clock on the wall ticked its way through the morning, each small sound, a neat little cut in time. Tick, tick, tick. The pendulum swung behind the glass, back and forth, patient as a man who knows he has all the minutes in the world. Above my head on the roof, the snow that had fallen in the night was starting to slip. Every now and then, a clump would lose its grip and slide a few inches, making a soft, dragging sound, followed by a muffled thump as it hit the edge of the eaves. Smaller flecks tapped down on the panes, with a gentle, irregular patter, lop-lop, as if someone was walking across the sky in wet boots. I should have found it soothing. I tried to. The sermon I was working on was for the revival in Columbus, 3 nights of preaching to strangers in a larger town with the hope of filling empty pews and empty hearts. The kind of thing a man of my position was supposed to relish, a chance to make an impression, to do some good. My chosen text was about repentance and fear and the mercy of God. I'd chosen it weeks before, long before Gideon's shadow had lengthened over everything else. It seemed appropriate then. It feels cruelly ironic now. On the paper under the date, I'd written a few words. Fear does not always look like trembling. Sometimes it looks like control. Sometimes it looks like a man who thinks he knows where all the danger is. I stared at that line so long the letters blurred together. I could hear my own voice in my head, projected out over a crowd in some other church, familiar cadence, gentle force, the rise and fall, of something polished. Nothing in that imagined voice betrayed the undercurrent of panic humming in the man who'd written the words. From the kitchen, I heard the small sounds of our life, my wife setting dishes to dry on the rack, the scrape of a chair, as one of the children pushed it back from the table, their feet hitting the floor with soft slaps as they ran down the hall. The smell of bread from earlier still hung in the air, warm and yeasty, blended with the faint tang of coal smoke from the stove. It was a good house. A humble one, but good. The kind of place where if you were standing outside, you might imagine nothing inside it was heavier than a child's laugh. "Are you coming to eat?" my wife called from the doorway. In a bit, I said, not looking up. I just need to finish this thought. The truth was, I couldn't move past that single sentence. Every time I tried to sketch the next line, my pen hesitated. The word fear sat there on the page like a stone in the middle of a road, and every path my mind tried to take around it led back to the same name: Gideon. By midday, the light had flattened. The sky pressed low over the town, a lid on a pot. I set the sermon aside, my hand cramped around the pen, and decided to walk to the post office with a letter that didn't strictly need sending that day. Any excuse to stretch my legs, I told myself, to breathe air that hadn't already been through the lungs of everyone I loved. The streets were slushy where the wheels had been icy where they hadn't. My boots found the ruts by habit, following them down the gentle slope, past the houses, past the black skeletons of trees, toward the knot of buildings that made up our town's small claim to importance. The general store, the post office, the blacksmiths, and of course the saloon. You couldn't get to the post office without passing the saloon. I could have pretended not to hear the noise spilling out from behind its swinging doors, but it would have been like pretending not to smell smoke in a burning room. The piano was going as it always seemed to be, but the man playing it had no interest in keeping a tune. Notes stumbled over each other, too loud, here swallowed there, turning what should have been music into a kind of lurching background clamor. Voices rose and fell over it in waves, laughter too sharp for its own jokes. Words slurred together, the clink and crash of glasses meeting and parting with more enthusiasm than grace. I kept my eyes ahead on the post office door. My hands were tucked into my coat, fingers curled against the cold, and the urge to cover my collar like a man might shield a sore spot. Reverend. His voice cut through the noise behind me like a clean blade through soft wood. I felt it between my shoulder blades before I heard it in my ears. Something in me tightened. I turned. There he was. Standing in the open doorway of the saloon, one hand braced on the frame, the warmth from inside curling around him in a haze that smelled of whiskey and sweat and smoke. The piano stumbled to a pause behind him, then lurched into some other broken tune. Men at the bar turned their heads just enough to see who he was addressing. Gideon's eyes were rimmed in red, either from drink or lack of sleep or both. His hair was slicked back, but the shine did nothing to hide the way it had started to curl free at the temples. His shirt was undone at the collar, exposing a triangle of skin flushed from the heat inside. The front of his coat was dotted with old stains, some dark, some lighter, like a blotter used for too many spills. He stepped out onto the boardwalk, and the loose plank near the threshold gave its usual protesting creak. The cold air hit him, and he drew in a breath, his chest lifting, his nostrils flaring slightly, as if he were scenting something specific on the wind. "Reverend," he said again, and this time the syllables hung heavier. "You ever wonder who watches you when you walk alone? There are a dozen sensible responses a man could give to a question like that. A joke, a mild rebuke, a reminder that the Lord sees all said with enough warmth to deflate the moment. I didn't say any of them. Maybe it was the way he'd phrased it, who not if. Maybe it was the way he'd stepped closer as he spoke, closing the distance between us until I could smell the whiskey on his breath strong and sour and threaded with something else. Sweat. Tobacco. The faint, coppery edge of blood from a cut on his lip I hadn't noticed until then. The space between us was narrow enough that I could see the burst blood vessels in the whites of his eyes. I try not to spend too much time worrying about that I managed. There's enough to do without borrowing fears. He smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. That's the thing about fears, he said. They don't like being told when to show up. He took another step, not quite close enough to touch, but close enough that I felt my own shoulders stiffen on instinct. The street around us had gone quieter than it ought to have. Or maybe that's just what it felt like. The sound of the piano, the men talking, the clatter of dishes, all of it fuzzed at the edges, leaving only the crunch of his boots as he matched my pace when I tried to move past him. I shifted to go around. He shifted with me like we were dancing some clumsy, unwilling waltz on the slushy boards. "You ever take a ride by yourself, Reverend?" he asked as if he didn't already know the answer. "Out to that little church of yours, out on those long, lonely roads. Ever feel like someone's coming up behind you, even when you don't hear nothing yet?" The thought had crossed my mind more than once. I didn't tell him that. "Plenty of folks travel those roads," I said, forcing my voice toward something approximating casual. "You get used to hearing things." He tilted his head, studying me. For a second, I had the unnerving sense he was looking at me the way a man looks at a piece of timber he's thinking of cutting into, measuring where the grain runs straight where it might split. "Yeah," he murmured. "You do." He let me pass then, just stepped aside like the conversation meant nothing. But as I walked away, I could feel him behind me, not touching, not speaking. Just there, his boots hitting the boards a half second after mine, echoing my steps exactly. By the time I reached the post office door, my jaw ached from clenching it. I turned the knob, went inside, and stayed there longer than necessary, pretending to read notices while my pulse calmed down. When I finally stepped back out, the street had gone back to being itself. Wagons, snow, the crooked sign of the saloon swinging gently in the wind. No sign of Gideon. Nothing about that encounter would stand out on paper as a threat. If you wrote it down in a report, suspect made unsettling remarks, followed subject briefly, then left, it would sound almost harmless. Barely worth noting. That's the trouble with men like him, Sheriff. They don't have to put a hand on you to make you feel hunted. Sometimes it's enough that they exist in your line of sight one too many times. That night, the house felt different. Maybe nothing had changed. Maybe I just couldn't stop hearing Gideon's voice saying the word watches under everything else. We put the children to bed. My wife banked the fire, the red coals breathing slowly under the gray. The clock on the mantel ticked its way toward a reasonable hour for sleep. She went through her usual motions, checking the bolt on the back door, shaking her head at a toy left out, smoothing the blanket at the foot of our bed. The wind picked up after dark. It rattled the windows in their frames, making the glass buzz faintly. A loose shutter on the far side of the house slapped against the siding in an uneven rhythm, 3 quick bangs, a pause, 2 more. The sound chased itself down the hallway like footsteps that couldn't decide whether they were coming or going. In bed, I lay on my back, staring up into the dark where the ceiling ought to be. Beside me, my wife's breathing settled into the slow, deep pattern of sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, the darkness arranged itself into a familiar shape. Gideon leaning in the back pew, looking up at the crucifix at the front of the church, with a strange, almost thoughtful expression, his head tilted, his lips parted as if he were listening to some private joke. I tried to pray. The words came in starts and stops. Lord, grant me what protection, clarity, courage, sanity. Every time I knotted 2 words together in my head, they snagged on the image of his grin in the saloon doorway. On the way, he'd stepped aside and then followed me anyway on the question that had lodged itself like a splinter. You ever wonder who watches you when you walk alone? The house creaked. Houses do that. It settled deeper into the cold joints, complaining softly. Somewhere down the hall, a board gave a long, low groan, the kind it made when someone walked from the children's room to ours. I knew that sound. I'd made it myself 100 times. No one came through the door. I lay there, eyes open, watching the slice of pale light under the bedroom door, as if something might move in front of it. As if a pair of boots might appear there, shadowed and still waiting. I don't know how much I slept. Enough that the alarm of morning felt like an interruption rather than a rescue. What I do know is this: when I woke up on January 6th, I already believed with a certainty I couldn't have explained if you'd asked me that Gideon Browning could find me anywhere. That belief is what killed him sheriff more than any hatchet ever did. January 6th, 1909 began like a day that did not deserve what would be hung on it. If you'd been standing in my kitchen that morning, Sheriff, you might have envied me my life. The stove was already going when I came down the stairs, the coal inside it burning with a low, even glow. Heat rolled out into the room in soft waves, carrying with it the smell of coffee and yesterday's bread warming on a pan. My wife stood by the counter with her back to me, sleeves pushed up, pouring coffee from the pot into 2 chipped cups. The steam curled around her face, softening the freckles across her nose. Her hair was pinned up hastily, a few strands already working free at the nape of her neck, where the warmth of the room had dampened them. The light coming through the small kitchen window wasn't real sunshine, not like you'd recognize in summer. It was a gray, filtered thing, the kind of light that seemed to come more from the snow outside than from the sky above it. It slid over the table, over the chairs, over the worn boards of the floor, turning everything a softer, quieter version of itself. Behind me, on the far side of the house, I could hear our children in the front room, their voices bouncing off the walls in short bursts. The older 2 were arguing about something small, but vital, who had taken whose slate a misplaced toy, who got to sit closest to the fire later. The youngest punctuated their words with shrill bursts of laughter, delighted by the noise for its own sake. There were other sounds too if you listened past them. The steady tick of the clock on the wall marking out seconds with a kind of smug assurance. The faint crackle and sigh of coal shifting in the stove. And from outside, the muffled wet scrape of a shovel on frozen ground as someone down the street cleared their steps, the snow giving way in grudging layers. "Sit," my wife said, without turning, sliding one of the cups toward my usual place at the table. "You'll make me nervous hovering like that." "You're always nervous," I said, but there was no bite in it. It was an old joke between us, worn at the edges but still fitting. She glanced at me over her shoulder, one eyebrow raised. "Not without reason," she replied. I pulled out the chair. The legs made a small, familiar sound against the boards, the same sound I'd heard 1,000 mornings. I wrapped my hands around the coffee cup, grateful for its heat, even though it was almost too hot to hold. The smell of it, strong and a little scorched, settled into the back of my throat, bringing with it the memory of every morning I'd sat in that spot, and believed my biggest worry was whether my sermon would land the way I meant it to. "How far is the ride to Columbus again?" she asked, leaning one hip against the counter as she sipped from her own cup. 9 miles or so, I said. "If the road's decent, I'll make good time." She glanced toward the window where the glass was fogged at the corners from the difference between inside and out. "And if the road isn't decent, then I'll be late, but I'll get there," I said. "It's not the first time I've ridden it in winter." She studied me over the rim of her cup. I could feel it without having to look up. My wife had a way of looking at me when she worried that made me feel like there was a second, smaller version of myself sitting beside me, one I couldn't quite see. "You slept poorly," she said. It wasn't a question. "So did you," I countered. I heard you turn over half the night." She shrugged, not denying it. The wind was loud. I kept thinking someone would knock at the door. We let that hang between us for a moment. We both knew why that thought had lodged in her mind. She'd never said Gideon's name, but she didn't have to. There are some men you don't have to name for them to be present. "By the time anyone remembers to knock at this house, I'll be back," I said. "It's just a few days." She set her cup down and crossed the small space between us. The edge of the table bumped lightly against her hip as she stopped beside my chair. "Don't make promises you can't keep," she said, but her hand went to my shoulder anyway, fingers resting there as if testing the strength of the bone underneath. In the front room, one of the children let out a high, triumphant shout. Something clattered to the floor blocks, probably. And then there was the soft patter of small feet racing down the hall. A second later, 3 bodies collided with the doorway, jostling each other to be first into the kitchen. Papa, the youngest, exclaimed, hair sticking up in all directions, cheeks bright from wrestling or from some internal energy that didn't recognize the concept of exhaustion. "Are you leaving now soon?" I said, turning on the chair to face them fully. "You'll have the run of the house while I'm gone. Think you can handle that responsibility?" They all nodded at once, too eagerly. My wife rolled her eyes heavenward. "Say goodbye properly," she told them, though her voice had gone soft around the edges. They crowded in. One pair of arms around my neck, another around my shoulders, the smallest climbing onto my knee, with the unquestioned right of a child who'd never been denied space there. I could feel the warmth of their bodies through my shirt, the small, wild beat of their hearts pressed against me for a second, as if trying to imprint themselves on my ribs. "Bring us something from Columbus," the middle one demanded, muffled against my collar. "I'll see what I can do," I said. The youngest tilted his head back to look at me with wide, solemn eyes. "Don't get lost," he whispered, as if it were a real possibility, like misplacing a glove. I know the way I told him, and I thought I did. I always know the way home. When they'd finally been persuaded to let go of me and herded back to the front room with promises of stories and warm bread, my wife turned back to me. The light from the window caught in her eyes, turning them a clearer shade. "You're sure you're all right?" she asked. "You've been distant, even more than usual." "Just thinking about the sermons," I said. It was true, but not in the way she assumed. A man wants to say the right things when he has a new congregation. She stepped closer, reaching up to straighten my collar. It was a habit of hers, one I'd grown so used to, that I didn't realize how much comfort I took in it until that moment. Her thumb brushed lightly along the side of my throat, a small, unconscious caress. "For what it's worth," she said, "I've never known you to say the wrong things from that pulpit." The clock ticked behind us, measuring out the moment. Outside, a shovel scraped again, and somewhere down the street, a horse snorted the sound, carrying clearly in the cold air. The world kept going, oblivious to the way my chest felt suddenly too tight for the breath it had always held without effort. I stood and kissed her. Not the quick, distracted peck of a man running late, but something slower, more deliberate. As if part of me suspected I was packing a goodbye into that gesture thicker than usual and wanted to make sure it fit. When I pulled back, her eyes searched mine for something I couldn't name. "Ride safe," she said. "I will," I lied. The yard outside the house was a palette of whites and grays trampled where boots and small shoes had already churned the snow into uneven lumps. My horse stood hitched at the post, steam puffing from his nostrils, the leather of his tack stiffer than usual from the cold. As I approached, he flicked his ears toward me, then snorted, stamping one front hoof as if to say we'd waited long enough. I ran a hand down his neck, feeling the solid, patient muscle beneath the coarse hair. Just another ride, I murmured to him. We've done worse. He shook his head, jingling the bit. The road out of town started as it always did, between rows of houses that hunched close together against the winter like gossiping old women sharing heat and rumors. Their windows were small squares of pale yellow curtains drawn back just enough to let the light seep out. Smoke climbed from their chimneys in steady, hopeful streams. I passed Mrs. Grady's place, where laundry lines in the side yard sagged under clothes frozen into stiff, ghostly shapes. I passed the little schoolhouse, its bell silent the yard outside. It churned into a mess of footprints and slide marks from children who would not be contained entirely indoors. I passed the blacksmiths, the smell of hot metal and singed hoof briefly overpowering the clean cold, before fading again. At one house, a boy in a wool cap too big for him paused in his snowball fight long enough to wave at me. I lifted a hand and returned my glove creaking around my fingers. His mother called him back from the porch, and he reluctantly turned away, his boots punching deep holes in the drift. Bit by bit, the houses thinned. The fences grew longer, separating fields now lying under a thick quilt of snow, their boundaries marked only by lines of bare trees and buried stone walls. The sounds of town life voices hammering the occasional bark of a dog fell away behind me, swallowed by distance, and the soft, insistent hush of the open country. This was usually the part of the ride I loved. Once you passed the last house, there was a stretch of road where it felt like the world narrowed down to horseman, sky, and snow. No sudden corners, no alleys, no eyes watching from windows. Just the straight, pale line of the road running ahead, flanked by fields that seemed to go on forever under the flat winter light. The air out there was cleaner, the cold more honest. My horse's breath came in thick white clouds, rising and dissolving. His hooves struck the packed snow with that familiar, satisfying crunch, each step sinking and then lifting, leaving a clear, repeating pattern behind us. Leather creaked rhythmically beneath me, the saddle, the bridle, the straps that held everything together. On most rides, that sound was my metronome. I would use it to set the pace of my thoughts, to march my sermon into order. An introduction with the first mile, a body of points and examples with the next several, and finally a conclusion as the town I was riding toward came into view. The steady sway of the horse, the hiss of his breath, the bite of the cold on my face, they all worked together to clear out whatever clutter had lodged in my mind. Not that morning. My thoughts refused to line up. They scattered like papers caught by a wind I couldn't see. Every time I tried to focus on the scripture I'd chosen on the carefully framed ideas about fear and mercy, they slid sideways into other shapes. A figure leaning in a saloon doorway. A man sitting in the back pew laughing under his breath at the wrong word. A rider's back outside my window coat, dark against the white. The farther I rode from town, the more I felt it, the sense that there was someone else present just outside the circle of my awareness. Not behind me, not ahead, not anywhere I could put eyes to and say there. It was like having a third presence on the road. A someone that wasn't quite a body, but wasn't just imagination either. I have lived with my own mind long enough to know it can play tricks. But tricks don't usually feel this deliberate. I told myself the feeling came from the empty fields, from the knowledge that my family and almost everyone who knew me were shrinking into a single point behind me as I rode away. That kind of shrinking can leave a man feeling exposed, vulnerable. Still, I found myself glancing back more often than usual, the leather of the reins squeaking as I twisted in the saddle. Each time the road behind was just what it should have been, two lines of hoofprints fading into a blur where the wind had already begun to erase them. Gradually, the last chimney disappeared from sight. The town became a hill, and then a lump, and then nothing. For a few blessed minutes, the ride settled into something like peace. The sound of the horses breathing, the crunch of snow, the faint whisper of the wind sliding over the frozen fields, the creak of the saddle under my weight, my shoulders loosened, my jaw unclenched. The cold burned the inside of my nostrils with each inhale in a way that felt almost clean. I remember thinking very clearly, maybe I've made too much of it. Maybe when I come back, I'll see Gideon in the street and he'll be just another man again. A nuisance, a sad story, nothing more. The thought had barely finished forming when I heard it. Behind me, far enough at first that it might have been something else, came the faint, unmistakable rhythm of another horse. Hooves on snow. Slow. Then faster. A steady beat growing clearer. Someone was riding up the same road, gaining on me. The sound of hooves behind me came first, as a faint second rhythm braided into my own. At that distance, it could have been anything: a farmer cutting across the back road to reach his fields, a neighbor heading into town, late a stranger passing through. I told myself all of that in the space of a few seconds, each thought stacked on the last, and yet my hands still tightened on the reins. The road stretched pale and straight ahead of me, the fields on either side a soft, unbroken white under the low sky. There was nowhere to step aside, nowhere to hide. Just forward or back. The hoofbeats grew clearer. 4 beats like my own, but offset just a fraction slower at first, then picking up, matching me. Every few steps, my horse flicked his ears backward, the muscles under the saddle tensing, as if he too registered the approach. I turned in the saddle breath, fogging as I twisted. A figure broke out of the gray at the far end of the road, small at first, then growing with steady inevitability. Horse rider coat flapping slightly in the cold air. The closer he came, the more the details resolved like a photograph floating up out of the developer. Brown. That was my first clear impression. Brown coat, long and stained in uneven patches that looked darker against the snow. Brown shirt beneath collar open too far for the temperature. Brown hair slicked back in a way that didn't quite suit the cheap cut of his clothes. The only things that were not brown were the whites of his eyes and the gray plume of his breath as it poured out in front of his face. He saw me turn and raised one arm, high hand, slicing the air in a wave far larger than the distance required. "Reverend," he shouted, voice carrying easily along the frozen road, riding ahead of him like a scout. The sudden volume startled a cluster of birds off a fence post to my left. They exploded upward, black wings beating against the white sky, their cries sharp and irritated. My horse shied a little at the commotion. I tightened my knees and spoke a soft word to steady him. By then, there was no mistaking who the man was. Gideon Browning hauled his horse up alongside mine with the kind of casual expertise that only comes to men who have spent a lot of time in saddles for reasons they don't write down. His animal was leaner than mine, its coat duller, but it moved with a certain wary grace, as if it knew its rider's moods and had learned to stay one thought ahead of them. Morning Reverend Gideon said, reins held in one hand, the other, pushing his coat back from his chest. His grin was wide and easy, as if we'd met here by prearranged appointment, and he was simply pleased I'd kept it. Didn't expect company on this road. Thought I'd be the only poor soul out freezing his tail off. Gideon, I replied, inclining my head, trying not to let the surprise show. I didn't hear you coming. That, so he glanced back down the road, as if to confirm that it did indeed exist. Been following your tracks a ways. Figured I'd catch you sooner or later. Roads all go to the same few places in winter, don't they? He pitched his tone somewhere between friendly and probing. That was one of his habits, always sounding like a man who might be making conversation or might be testing a fence for weak spots. His cheeks were blotched with the cold, but his eyes were bright, too bright pupils, a little too wide for the gray light. "Where you headed, Reverend?" he asked. "Out past, or just up the road?" "Columbus," I said, and immediately wished I hadn't. "There's a revival there." "Columbus," he repeated, tasting the word. "Big doings then. Lot of new souls to catch in your net." His horse edged closer, the animal's shoulders nearly brushing. I could smell him now under the clean winter air, stale whiskey sweat, trapped in wool, a sour note of unwashed clothes. "How long you gone for?" "A few days." "A few days," he echoed. "So your flock back home will be all on their own, church here, closed up doors, locked, stove cold." His tone was light, but the questions came in a series, each one bumping against the last, like cars on a train. Click, click, click. My mind snagged on them even as I answered. "Services in town will still be held," I said carefully. "Rattle Run can do without me for a short time." He tilted his head. "That little church out there at the crossroads?" "Yes, sturdy place," he mused. "Passed it once or twice. Got a good lock on that door, it locks," I said, hearing how inadequate that sounded the moment the words left my mouth. "Only key on you?" he asked. "Yes." The second time I said the word, it felt like I was passing something heavy from my hand to his. He smiled again, like a man who'd just written that down somewhere in his head. "Town know you're gone," he continued. "Or will they just figure you've gone off on one of your little rides again, like you do, people know?" I said a little more sharply than I intended. It was announced. "Men don't vanish without anyone noticing, Gideon." He made a soft sound in his throat, not quite agreement, not quite dissent. His horse moved in time with mine, now the two animals falling into a shared rhythm without consultation. When I tried to edge a little away, my mount snorted, resisting as if Gideon's presence had become a kind of gravity. For a while we rode like that side by side, the cold air wrapping around us, the world narrowing to the white road and the gray sky, and the steam rising from the horses' mouths. Gideon talked. He talked about nothing and everything, weather town, gossip, the price of feed, peppering his chatter with those small, needling questions that tugged at my nerves. Which churches did I preach at regularly? How often did I go out to Rattle Run? Did anyone else ever use that building when I wasn't there? Was there anyone in Columbus I knew personally who exactly expected me and when? At first I did what any man in my position would do. I answered politely, tried to turn the conversation towards safer ground, reassured myself that curiosity, even pointed curiosity, was not a crime. But there was something in the way he watched me as I spoke, something that made each answer feel less like an exchange and more like a minor surrender. Then he did something small that changed the shape of the morning. His talking slowed. His eyes, which had been flicking between the road, the fields, and my face, settled more firmly on me. Without breaking that gaze, he slid his free hand into the pocket of his coat and fished around for a second. When it came back out, there was something pinched between his thumb and forefinger. A coin. Silver. He held it up between us for a heartbeat, just high enough that it caught what little light the sky provided. The surface was worn smooth in places from years of use, the edges still sharp. It wasn't special in any obvious way, no unusual markings, no foreign stamp, just a coin. Then his thumb flicked. The coin leapt from his fingers in a quick, practiced motion, spinning upward. There was a tiny metallic click as it left his skin, a sound somehow more distinct than the creak of leather or the hiss of the horse's breath. It rose to the height of his eye, turned in the air, and dropped. His palm was waiting. Slap. The sound of it hitting the hard pad of his hand was soft but clean. He closed his fingers around it, then repeated the motion. Flick, spin, slap. The first few times he did it, it annoyed me. There was a childishness to it, a boy's habit transplanted into a man who should have outgrown it. The coin flashed, drawing my eye even when I tried to keep it on the road ahead. Its arc bisected my field of vision, a small, bright interruption cutting across the pale world. The silver caught the gray light differently with each toss. Sometimes it flared white, almost painful against the flat sky. Sometimes it dulled to a soft sheen like pewter left on a shelf too long. Each spin showed a different face, heads, tails, though I couldn't have told you whose face or what emblem was on it. The details blurred into the movement itself. Flick, spin, slap. After a minute, I realized I could no longer hear the exact words he was saying. His mouth was moving, I knew that. Questions were still being asked. I registered the rise and fall of his tone, the occasional emphasis, the way a man's voice dips slightly when he expects an answer. But the syllables themselves slid off the surface of my hearing. The coin's sounds, on the other hand, began to stand out in sharp relief. The tiny metallic report of his nail catching its edge flick. The faint hiss as it cut upward through the cold air, its rotation almost visible in the way the light rolled across its spin. The muted smack as it landed in his palm, again skin on metal slap. Flick, spin, slap. It was a metronome, and somewhere inside something in me started to fall into step with it. The other noises of the ride faded outward as if someone were turning a knob on them in my head. The steady crunch of our horses' hooves on the packed snow became a distant, dull thudding like hearing it through a wall. The creak of the saddles drew back. Even the wind, which had been a constant low murmur around my ears, seemed to hush itself, retreating to a thin whisper at the edge of my awareness. My heartbeat, on the other hand, grew louder. Not faster, just more pronounced. I could feel it in my throat, in my fingertips wrapped around the reins in the hollow behind my eyes. And after a few repetitions, I realized it had started to sink itself absurdly to the coin. Flick, beat, spin, beat, slap. Beat, there's a particular sensation that comes just before you faint if you've ever done it. A narrowing of the world. The outer edges of your vision darken, first creeping inward, as if someone were drawing curtains around a stage. Colors flatten. Sounds either sharpen to pinpoints or blend into a single far-off hum. Your body feels both heavier and less anchored, every limb aware of gravity, but also oddly relaxed, as if floating. That's what rode up beside me on that road. The fields to either side lost their depth, becoming blank slabs of white. The horizon line wavered. The gray of the sky seemed to press closer, lowering the clouds sagging toward the earth like damp wool. Gideon's face stayed in focus, but everything behind him blurred into unimportance. The coin, small as it was, remained sharply outlined, each rise and fall tracing a perfect hypnotic path. Flick, spin, slap. My shoulders loosened. The tension that had been sitting at the base of my skull for weeks melted down my spine, pooling somewhere low and warm and numb. The hand that held the reins grew slack. My fingers curled less tightly. I became vaguely aware that my mouth was dry, my tongue thick. He was still talking. Somewhere under the rhythm of the coin, his voice threaded along. Questions about Columbus, about my schedule, about whether anyone would be meeting me on the other end of the ride, about who exactly would notice first if I did not arrive on time. Each question felt like a stone dropped into a deep well. I heard the impact faintly, but not the words themselves. I realized slowly that I had stopped truly forming answers. Words were still coming out of my mouth. I could sense the movement of my lips, the slight vibration in my throat. But the content of those words seemed to be coming from far away, like echoes of a conversation I'd had long ago. My mind felt strangely blank, like a page I'd just wiped clean. And yet my body behaved as if nothing were wrong. My head nodded at what felt like the appropriate moments, dipping in polite agreement. My shoulders angled toward him when he leaned closer, as if to hear better. Once or twice I even heard myself let out a small, dry chuckle at something he'd said, though I couldn't have repeated the joke if you'd offered me my life for it. The coin kept rising and falling between us, marking out a rhythm my own pulse had obediently fallen into, somewhere from a distance that felt like miles. Even though it was only the span of my own skull, a small, sane voice cleared its throat. It remarked calmly and with growing alarm that I had stopped choosing my responses, that I was watching this ride the way a man might watch a painting of himself on a wall, unable to reach in and rearrange his own expression. I became aware with a lurch that I had not actually decided to agree to anything he'd just asked. And yet I was nodding. I was nodding and smiling faintly, and riding on as if every question he posed and every conclusion he drew from my hollow answers met with my full, unthinking consent, even as my mind floated somewhere just out of reach, frighteningly, dangerously empty. The next clear thing I remember is the sign. We'd been riding in that strange, narrowed silence for I don't know how long, coin rising and falling hooves beating a steady, distant drum when the landscape shifted just enough to pull my eyes off the silver. The straight road broke at a crossroads, one path cutting off toward the left like a scar. Squatting at the intersection was a building I'd seen 100 times and hardly thought about. The general store at the crossroads. It was a squat, lonely thing built more for function than pride. The wooden sign that hung out front had once declared the owner's name in thick black letters, but years of weather had faded it until only a few strokes remained. It creaked on its iron brackets whenever the wind bothered it, the sound like an old man clearing his throat. The windows were small and square, set deep into the front wall. On that cold morning, they were clouded over from the inside with condensation and smoke. From where I rode, they looked blind white film where glass should be reflecting nothing, seeing nothing. A thin line of frost traced along the edges of the panes like the building were growing its own eyelashes. A narrow metal chimney rose from the roof and coughed out a pale ribbon of smoke that climbed a little way into the heavy air and then gave up, flattening and dispersing. The smell of burning coal and dry wood reached us faintly, cutting through the clean cold of the fields. I had no intention of stopping there. My mind, such as it was, still contained a version of the day's plan ride past the crossroads, stay on the main road, reach Columbus, do the Lord's work. The store had never been part of that route. Even in that compromised state, some part of me knew this. And yet when Gideon's horse began to slow, mine did too. I didn't pull on the reins. I didn't speak to the animal. I just felt the rhythm of his gait hitch, shorten, and fall into step with the other horse as they both came down from a gallop to a trot, then from a trot to a walk. Snow crunched more quietly beneath us. The world seemed to lean in. Beside me, the coin never missed a beat. Flick, spin, slap. Gideon shifted in his saddle, turning slightly toward the store as if drawn there by some invisible line. "Reverend," he said, almost casually, as if the idea had just occurred to him. "Let's make a quick stop." I heard myself respond with a dull, obedient, "All right," before any conscious thought had time to line up behind the word and argue with it. My tongue moved faster than my will. We turned off the main road and crunched up the short track leading to the front of the building. 2 rough posts stood before the door, chewed and scarred by years of rains, tied and untied. We dismounted almost in unison. As my boots hit the packed snow, I felt a strange lightness in my legs, as if my bones weren't quite set right inside them. Gideon looped his reins around one of the posts with a sloppy knot, then straightened up and grinned at me. "We need something," he said. "Won't take but a minute." "What do we need?" I asked. Though the question came out soft, half-hearted, like a man asking about the weather in a town he was only passing through. He reached into his coat again, not for the coin this time, but with the same easy familiarity, and nodded toward the door. "Well," he drawled, "I don't much care for going in there myself just now. Too bright, too many eyes. How about you step in and buy me a hatchet?" He said it in the same tone a man might use to ask for bread or tobacco, a small favor between acquaintances. Nothing in his voice rose or sharpened on the word hatchet. It landed as plain as any other noun. There was just enough of me left in that moment to know that this was wrong. That even among men who drank too much and thought too little, there was something off about making that request on a quiet winter road to a reverend on his way to preach. I felt that wrongness flare inside me like heat, and then pass as if the fire had met something wet. My mouth, unconcerned with my discomfort, shaped the words, of course with the same easy compliance I might have used if he'd asked me to post a letter. The bell above the store door jangled as I pushed it open, the sound thin and tinny against the muffled quiet outside. Warmth wrapped around me as I stepped over the threshold, but it was the kind of warmth that carried ghosts of cold with it, as if the building had never fully decided what season it belonged to. The air smelled of dry wood coal smoke and 100 stored things, barrels of flour crates of nails, boxes of matches, bolts of rough cloth. Dust hovered in the little beams of light that made it through the fogged windows, flakes turning lazily in the air, like tiny aimless snow. "Morning, Reverend," the shopkeeper said from behind the counter. I knew his name, had known it for years, but in that moment it slid right off my mind, like water off waxed paper. His face felt unfinished to me, features present but unfocused, like a sketch someone hadn't gone back to ink. "Morning," I replied. My own voice sounded slightly wrong, as if the room had stretched it on its way out of my chest. I need a hatchet." He nodded as if that made perfect sense. In a place and time like ours, maybe it did. There's always wood that needs cutting, fences that need mending, roots that need digging out. "Tools are along the back wall," he said. "Take your pick." The floorboards creaked faintly under my boots as I walked toward the rear of the shop. Each step felt both distant and too loud, an echo reaching my ears a fraction of a second later than it should have. The back wall was lined with hooks and shelves, an orderly forest of handles and metal heads, axes, shovels, pitchforks, hammers, the tools of men who built and broke and repaired. My hand moved along the row of hatchets, almost of its own accord. Wooden handles, some rough, some smoothed by time and touch. Iron heads catching the dim light in dull, heavy planes. I closed my fingers around one at random. The wood was cold against my palm, the grains smooth where someone had sanded it down the curve of it, fitting into the groove between my thumb and forefinger with uncomfortable familiarity. The weight of the metal at the far end tugged gently at my wrist, not enough to strain, just enough to remind me it was there. For a second, I just stood there, feeling the chill of it seep into my skin, imagining the arc it could carve through the air if a man swung it with intention. "This one," I heard myself say. At the counter, coins changed hands. Whose coins? Mine, of course. The hatchet wasn't cheap. I must have counted out the amount, must have felt the cold edge of the money as I pulled it from my pocket. But that memory is thin, like a page that's been erased and written over too many times. What remains clear is the sound of metal on wood as the shopkeeper set the hatchet down, the brief conversation about the quality of the steel, the way his voice faded almost immediately once I turned back toward the door. The bell jangled again when I stepped outside, harsh after the muffled hush of the shop. The cold air hit my face like a handful of snow. Gideon sat his horse just where I'd left him, coat collar turned up, breath puffing out in slow, controlled bursts. As I approached, he straightened a little, eyes dropping to the hatchet in my hand. "There we are," he said pleasantly. "Knew I could count on you." I passed it up to him without thinking about it. The handle slid from my grip into his gloved hand with a small final shift of weight. He took it easily, spinning it once in his fingers before resting it across his thighs, blade angled away, as casual as if it were nothing more than a walking stick. He didn't look at it the way a man looks at a weapon. He looked at it the way a bored child looks at an interesting toy. "Fine balance," he remarked, giving the handle a little testing bounce. The head rose and fell in a neat, controlled motion. "You've got a good eye." My throat felt dry. I swallowed against it and said nothing. Then, as if the whole errand were already behind us, he slipped his free hand back into his coat pocket and brought out the coin again. The sight of it was like seeing an old acquaintance in a crowd, small, familiar, unwelcome. Flick, spin, slap. We mounted up. The horses turned almost of their own volition, facing away from the store toward the road that led not to Columbus, but off at an angle through the fields. "Tell you what Gideon said, as if proposing a wholesome diversion. Before you go saving souls in Columbus, how about you show me that little church of yours out at Rattle Run? I'm thinking on getting married again, you know. Might want to see if it's a proper place for a man to take new vows." Somewhere under the blanket of fog in my head, a thought stirred. I knew he was already married. Everyone knew it. I had seen his wife in town more than once, her mouth pressed into a hard line, her hands rough from work he didn't do. "Married again," I heard myself repeat. The words sounded weak, thin, like they'd been stretched too far. He shrugged, the movement making the hatchet's blade glint briefly before settling. "Life's full of surprises, Reverend," he said. "Figure it's smart to plan ahead." The coin rose and fell between us. Flick, spin, slap. "You don't mind, do you?" he added lightly. "Short detour. You've got time before Columbus. And I'd feel better marrying in a place I've seen with my own eyes." Everything in that suggestion should have set off alarms. The inconsistency of his claim. The fact that he'd chosen my church, out of all the churches in all the countryside, as the one he wanted to scope out. The presence of a brand new hatchet resting comfortably across his lap. All of that existed for a moment, like words on the surface of a pond rippling faintly. Then the coin flipped again, and those ripples smoothed. "Yes," I said. The word came out quiet and steady. "We can go to Rattle Run. The road there is one I could ride in my sleep, and in a way I suppose I did. I remember the first few yards, the horses turning the crossroads store shrinking behind us, its sign creaking once, as if in half-hearted farewell. I remember the way the fields on this route seemed narrower, the line of trees closer to the road, their bare branches forming a kind of bony arch overhead, in places where they leaned toward each other. After that, things begin to blur. There was wind threading itself through the branches, making a sound like someone hissing through their teeth. There was the occasional crack of ice under a hoof, a quick stumble and recovery. There was the faint jangle of Gideon's tack, and the regular, inevitable rhythm of his coin. Flick, spin, slap. The trees became a smear of dark lines. The snow became a moving white belt beneath us. Time stretched and folded. I have no recollection of making any conscious decision during that stretch of road. I don't remember choosing to keep going when we could have turned back. I don't remember considering any other option. What I do remember is the feeling of being carried by the horse beneath me, by the man beside me, by the story I'd already started telling myself about how powerless I was in the face of that small, spinning piece of silver. Looking back, Sheriff, I cannot tell you where his will ended and mine began. The coin might have been nothing but metal, nothing but habit in a drunkard's hand. And yet on that winter road, I built an entire spell around it in my own head, and then stepped into it as if someone else had woven it for me. You've seen the church by now, Sheriff. Or you will. You'll stand outside it with your collar turned up, breath fogging the air, wondering how something so small and plain could hold anything worth riding out for in the dead of winter. From the road, it doesn't look like a crime scene. It looks like a pause. The fields around Rattle Run lie flat and white, a blank page stretched in every direction. Out of that emptiness, the church rises in quiet insistence. A simple wooden box painted white long ago, the color now scraped thin by wind and years. The little steeple on top doesn't reach far enough to be impressive. It just pokes at the sky, cross-crooked against the gray. As Gideon and I approached, our horses' hooves sounded louder than they had any right to. Each step slammed into the silence, a hollow crunch that bounced back from the building's plain face. There were no houses nearby to muffle anything, no trees close enough to break the wind. The church sat alone, like someone had placed it there in a hurry and then forgotten it. The air felt different in that clearing, colder somehow, even with the riding heat still on us. The wind had room to pick up speed across the fields, and it rushed past the corners of the church, with a thin, hungry howl squeezing itself through the gaps between warped boards and loose shingles. It made the whole structure seem to hum under its own skin. We drew up in front of the door. I swung down first, boots punching into the snow. My horse tossed his head, shaking out a snort, and a plume of white breath, glad to be still. Beside me, Gideon dismounted more slowly, cradling the hatchet in one hand, reins looped loosely in the other. He tied his horse to the post with a lazy knot, then leaned his shoulder against the building, studying the door as if he'd seen plenty like it, and never bothered to appreciate any of them. The coin appeared again, like it had been waiting for this exact moment. He slipped his fingers into his pocket and drew it out without looking as natural as a man checking the time. The silver lay flat on his palm for a heartbeat, catching a smear of weak daylight, and then his thumb sent it upward. Flick, spin, slap. Behind that small, precise rhythm, the wind moaned around the steeple and rattled the loose edge of the roof. A stray stalk of dead grass, forgotten under the snow, scratched faintly against the side of the building like fingernails. "Go on," Reverend Gideon said, nodding toward the door. "Let's see the inside." My hand found the key in my coat pocket with the certainty of habit. I'd done this dozens of times. Unlock the door, step into the cold, still air, light the stove, pray. The iron key bit at the skin of my fingers, colder than the wind. I fitted it into the lock. The tumblers inside gave a reluctant clunk, like a throat clearing after too long without speech. When I pushed the door open, it swung inward with a low groan, exhaling a draft of stale, frigid air into my face. Inside the church felt larger than it looked from the road. Empty space will do that. Rows of wooden pews marched away from us in straight lines, their ends rounded and worn edges polished to a dull shine by hands and coats and the slow erosion of years. Dust floated in the few shafts of light that managed to push their way through the small windows, each mote's lazy descent visible against the dim interior. The smell hit me next. Old wood. Cold stone beneath the boards. Wax from candles burned down to nubs and scraped away. Under it all lurked the faint, dry scent of ash that had seeped into everything from the floor to the hymnals, from 100 fires built on 100 other cold mornings. My breath puffed out in front of me, white in the gloom. I did what I always did. Without waiting for suggestion, Without looking back to see whether Gideon followed, I walked down the center aisle. My boots thudded on the floorboards. The sound ricocheted off the walls up into the rafters, then dropped back down again, thinner and more hollow. Each step sounded like it belonged to someone else a second behind me. In the corner, the stove sat where it had always sat, big and black and patient. Its iron belly was cool, its door shut, the metal dull and waiting. The pipe that carried smoke up and out of the roof vanished through the ceiling, a dark, vertical line cutting the space. I knelt beside it, gloves creaking. The wood was stacked nearby just as I'd left it on my last visit, split logs, dry and pale at their cut faces, a few handfuls of kindling in a crate. My hands moved with the muscle memory of dozens of mornings. Open the door. The hinge squealed a bit as I pulled it. A puff of old ash breathed out gray and fine, making my eyes sting. The empty firebox yawned at me, streaked black, a dozen ghost fires clinging to its walls. Lay the kindling, thin sticks cross-hatched to catch. The wood rasped against metal as I shoved them into place. Add a few thicker pieces angled just so. They knocked softly against each other against the sides of the stove. A little architecture for flame. Behind me near the door, Gideon had paused just inside the threshold. He hadn't come down the aisle. He stood in the rear shadow back against the white-painted wall hatchet, resting casually against his leg coin, still dancing between his fingers. Flick, spin, slap. The sound of it bounced strangely in the church. Out on the open road, it had been one small note among many. In here, under the curved ceiling and between the straight-backed pews, it took on a sharper edge, each flick and slap, echoing back softer, ghosted like a chorus, following one man's cue. I struck a match. The tiny scratch of sulfur was loud. For an instant, the bright flare of the flame threw wild shadows against the inside of the stove, turned my hands into dark shapes with two long fingers. The smell of the struck match, sharp chemical, almost clean, cut through the stale cold. I cupped the flame against the kindling. The dry wood caught with a faint hiss, then a small, eager crackle as the fire began to take. Orange light bloomed inside the iron box, licking up along the sticks, finding sap, finding purchase. I shut the door halfway, leaving it ajar so the growing fire could breathe. Behind the thick iron, the heat started to build. It always did the same thing. First, a faint warmth on my face as I bent there. Then a subtle ticking sound as the metal began to expand, little pings and clicks, like a watchworks coming to life. In a few minutes, the stove would give off a steady heat, pushing the chill back from the front of the church, laying a thin layer of comfort over the space. Nice to have a man handy with fire. Gideon's voice drifted from the back. Nothing worse than cold worship, I always say. I straightened, wiping my hands reflexively on my coat, as if they were dirty, though they weren't. When I turned to face him, he was still by the door, still in that same lean shoulder pressed to the wall. The light behind him was brighter, silhouetting his shape. It made the details of his face harder to read, but the grin was easy enough to see. His hand moved steadily, thumb flipping the coin, catching it without looking. Flick, spin, slap. The distance between us might as well have been 2 feet instead of 24. The space between the stove and the entry felt taut, pulled tight as if someone had strung a wire from his eyes to my chest, and then plucked it, waiting to hear how I'd resonate. "You like this place, Reverend?" he asked. "Feels quiet, doesn't it?" "It serves its purpose," I said. My voice sounded small in my own ears. Swallowed. "The Lord hears you better out here," he continued. "No distractions, no eyes watching. Just you and him and whoever else might be listening." The wind chose that moment to snake through a crack somewhere near the windows, whistling softly. The flames behind me popped a bit of sap bursting in the heat. The stove answered with a new tick as another patch of metal expanded. Flick, spin, slap, step forward, Gideon said. I don't remember him raising his voice. I don't remember any change in tone that would have turned a comment into a command. All I remember is that my feet moved. 1 step. 2. The pews on either side of me blurred as I passed them. I could feel the warmth from the stove at my back, a growing pressure between my shoulder blades, pushing me toward the center of the room. Stop there, he said. My legs obeyed. I didn't tell them to. They simply listened. A strange lightness flooded them, the sense that if I tried to move another inch, my knees might simply give way. I stood in the middle of the aisle now, halfway between the stove and the door. Gideon stayed where he was, near the threshold, still half shadow, half silhouette. Raise your left arm, he said. The words were almost conversational, not cruel, not theatrical. But the moment they hit my ears, my left arm shot out to the side. There was no decision in it, no slow negotiation between thought and muscle. 1 second my hand was resting at my side, fingers curled lightly against my coat. The next, my arm was extended, palm open, fingers splayed, the limb held at shoulder height. Like a man about to show a crowd, he has nothing up his sleeve. My mind noticed what my body was doing, half a breath late. The realization arrived like a cold drop down the back of my neck. I had not chosen that movement. For a split second, the entire church seemed to shrink around that fact. The pews, the windows, the stove, the small table with the Bible on it at the front, all of it faded to backdrop. What remained in sharp, terrible focus was the sensation of my own arm hanging out in space muscles, taut without my consent. It felt as if someone had slipped their hand into me, into the meat and wires behind my skin, and pulled. My breathing quickened. I could hear it in my ears, loud and shallow. The wind outside rose, then dipped. The fire snapped, sending a brief flare of light through the crack in the stove door. Flick, spin, slap. Now the other, Gideon said calmly. Raise your right arm. I might have intended to resist. I might have meant to clench my fist at my side to prove to myself that there was some corner of me still under my control. If that intention existed, it didn't get far. My right arm lifted. Out to the side, mirroring the left. In a heartbeat, I stood there in the center of that empty church, with both arms, extended body, forming a rough, involuntary cross in the cold air. My shoulders burned with the sudden strain. My fingers trembled not from effort, but from the sheer shock of finding themselves in a position they hadn't been consulted about. The world narrowed again, not in the dreamy, soft way of the road, but in a series of hard, clicking closures. The edges of my vision tightened. The sound of the wind compressed. The crackle of the fire, the ticks of the expanding stove, the whisper of the draft under the door, all of it lined up behind the rhythm of the coin. Flick, spin, slap. In that instant, the thought slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. I am not the one moving me. For a man who has always suspected his mind might one day turn against him, that sensation is worse than any hand on your throat. I don't know if you've ever watched a small thing become enormous sheriff. 1 second, Gideon's coin was doing what it had done all morning, leaping, spinning, landing. Flick, spin, slap. My arms were outstretched, my shoulders burning, my body held in that awful parody of a crucifix, while my mind floated somewhere just behind my own eyes. Then very simply, he missed. Maybe his thumb was cold. Maybe the sweat on his skin caught the edge wrong. Maybe his attention slipped for half a heartbeat. Whatever the reason, the coin didn't climb high enough to complete its familiar arc. It shot up, crooked, tilted sideways, and instead of landing square in his palm, it clipped the base of his thumb and bounced away. For me, the world dropped into slow motion. I watched the silver disc tumble through the air between us, its surface flashing alternating bands of light and dull gray as it turned. The faint rasp of its edge against the air sounded suddenly loud, like a knife sliding along a rail. It hung there for a fraction of a second, wrong off its usual line. Then gravity took it. The coin fell, turning on its axis edge first now. When it hit the wooden floor, it made a sound far sharper than its size should have allowed, a bright ringing ting that cut straight up my spine. It bounced once, twice, then rolled. The rolling seemed to last forever. It spun in a shallow circle, wobbling, tracing a trembling path in the dust between the pews. The tiny engraved face on it blurred into a streak of silver. My eyes locked onto that motion with a desperation I can't explain. In that moment, that coin rolling toward a stop was the most important thing in my universe. Then it slowed. The circle tightened tighter still, until the coin finally tipped onto its side and lay still with a soft, final click. The spell broke. At least that's what I believed. The instant the coin stopped moving, my arms dropped. Not slowly. Not the way they would have if I'd simply chosen to lower them. They fell heavy and sudden, hands slapping against my sides in an almost painful rush. The muscles that had been locked in place seized and then released, sending sharp electric pins of sensation shooting from my shoulders down into my fingers. My breath, which had been coming in shallow, careful sips, punched out of me in a shudder. My heart, which had been dutifully beating in time with the flick-spin slap, suddenly kicked into its own frantic rhythm. I could hear it in my ears, thumping so hard, it felt like it might bruise the inside of my skull. For the first time since we'd stepped into that church, the other sounds snapped into clarity. The wind clawing at the windows, the small roar building inside the stove behind me as the fire took hold, the faint creak of wood as the building shifted around us like it was listening, and Gideon's breathing. Short. A little ragged. Not quite as relaxed as he'd been pretending to be. He glanced down at the coin where it lay between us on the floor, then back up at me. I saw it then just a flicker at the corner of his mouth, the brief tightening of muscle that wasn't part of his usual grin. A tiny crack in the composure like a hairline fracture in glass. To any sane man, it would have been nothing. A nervous tick, a moment of annoyance that his little trick had gone awry. To me in that moment, it was proof. The coin was his power. The coin was the thing that had been holding me. The coin was on the floor, and so I was free. You can tell me later from the safety of your office or wherever you are hearing this that coins don't work that way. That hypnosis is not magic, that men can't command other men like puppets with a bit of metal between their fingers. I know that. I know it now. I did not know it then. Or rather, I knew it and believed something else at the same time. Fear will do that. It will stack two opposing ideas on top of each other and convince you they weigh the same. A simple, blunt thought rose up through my panic, shoved everything else aside, and planted itself in the middle of my mind. If the spell is broken, he is just a man. If he is just a man, he can be stopped. If I don't stop him now, he will pick that coin up again. And beneath that, swimming up from somewhere darker, if I don't kill him, he will kill me. Was that true? Had he threatened me? Had he raised a hand, drawn a weapon, done anything beyond ask questions and flip a coin? But the belief felt truer than any fact. It sat in my chest with the solid weight of inevitability. My body moved before my conscience caught up. I lunged. The pews blurred at the edges of my vision as I launched myself down the aisle. My boots slammed into the floorboards, each step a thunderclap in the hollow church. Echoes sprang up from everywhere at once, my own footfalls chasing me forward, overlapping, turning into a chaotic drum roll. Behind me, the stove gave another sharp tick as the iron heated. Ahead, Gideon straightened from his lazy, lean eyes, widening. The hatchet lay across his thigh where he'd rested it. My hand shot out toward it as if guided by a string. Fingers closed around the smooth wooden handle, cold and slick from the chill air. For an instant, we both held at his grip above mine knuckles, whitening mine just below every muscle, screaming with sudden effort. "Reverend," he started. "Take it off," I heard myself shout, voice cracking on the words. "Your coat, your shirt, take them off, now!" The sound of my own voice startled me. It didn't sound like a plea. It didn't sound like a reasoned request. It sounded like something torn out of my throat by force. It bounced off the walls, doubled back, made the air itself flinch. Gideon blinked, thrown. The grin slipped, leaving his face strangely bare. "What in God's name?" he began. "Do it!" I roared. I yanked on the hatchet as I spoke. The sudden pull unbalanced him. His boot slipped on the smooth wooden floor. His shoulder banged against the doorframe with a dull thud. The hatchet jerked free of his grasp, the weight of it swinging my arm down and then up again in a wild arc before I wrestled it under control. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other. His chest rose and fell quickly. A flush spread up his neck, the red deepening the blotches already there. His eyes darted from the hatchet in my hand to my face, searching for some hint that this was a joke, a test, anything other than what it was. There must have been something in my expression, some stripped, raw desperation that convinced him I wasn't playing. He let out a short, disbelieving laugh. It sounded like it hurt his throat. "You gone soft in the head, Reverend?" he asked. The words were almost light, but the way he swallowed after suggested they'd snagged on something on the way out. "You planning to... what exactly, coat? Shirt?" My own voice sounded strange to me now, low and shaking. "Off. Now." For a second, he didn't move. Then slowly, he raised his hands, palms outward in a placating gesture. "All right," he said, the corners of his mouth twitching up in an attempt at charm that never quite reached his eyes. "No need to get excited. Just a bit of winter fun, eh? Let's do it." I cut him off. The hatchet's handle vibrated faintly in my grip, translating the tremor in my hands into a small, steady quiver along the wood. I could feel my own pulse throbbing against the grain. He shrugged out of his coat first, the long brown garment slithering off his shoulders and down his arms. The fabric whispered as it fell, the weight of it dragging the hem along the floor in a soft scrape. Underneath his shirt looked thinner, more stained. His chest rose and fell faster now, the cold air grabbing at the damp fabric and clinging. "Shirt," I said. "You don't want to do this?" he muttered. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't even a warning. It sounded more like a man stating an obvious fact he hoped might suddenly become persuasive if spoken aloud. "Shirt," I repeated. His fingers fumbled with the buttons. One popped off and bounced on the floor with a tiny brittle sound. He swore under his breath, more from fear than anger, I think, and yanked the shirt over his head instead, the cloth turning inside out as it came. His hair sprang free, disheveled now, no longer slicked back. Without the layers, he looked smaller, softer, a man, not a caricature. Standing there in his undershirt, shivering in the cold air of the church, he suddenly seemed very human, very breakable. For a flicker of a second, guilt stabbed at me. It was a quick, sharp thing like stepping on a splinter. The image flashed across my mind, me lowering the hatchet, us both laughing this off me, chalking the entire episode up to a bad spell of nerves and sending him on his way with a rough blessing. Then my eyes slid down almost against my will to the coin on the floor. It lay where it had fallen, a small, inert circle of silver. My heart hammered louder. If he picks that up, the thought whispered, "You're back under. If you're back under, you won't get another chance." The next few moments exist in my memory more as a series of impacts than as a smooth reel. I stepped forward. The distance between us vanished in a rush of air and echoes. My boots slammed into the floor. The hatchet's weight dragged my arm through its arc, the head describing a blunt, inevitable path. He moved too backward, sideways, I'm not sure. There was a grunt, a curse, the scrape of bare feet on wood. The first swing didn't land where it should have. The blade glanced off the side of a pew with a sickening, splintering crack, sending a shudder up my arms. A jag of wood flew skittering across the floor. He tried to dodge. The bench caught him behind the knees. His body went down awkwardly, shoulder slamming into the seat with a heavy, dull thump. The sound of it echoed up into the rafters, made the whole room ring. My breath came in ragged bursts. Each inhale burned. My vision tunneled, narrowing down to his shape on the floor and the line of the hatchet in my hand. I won't tell you exactly how many times I swung. I genuinely don't know. The motions blur together, arm up, arm down, the jarring impact traveling from the handle into my wrists, up into my shoulders. My grip slipped once. I tightened it, fingers biting into the wood so hard they ached. The church threw every sound back at me tenfold. The slap of my boots on the boards as I adjusted my stance. The crash of a pew shifting under sudden weight. The sharp, ugly grunt forced from Gideon's lungs when something connected. The labored, harsh sucking of air, his mine hours tangled together. No blood detail sticks in my mind. What stays is impact, vibration, effort. The way each motion seemed to shake the building a little more, as if the church itself wanted no part of this. At some point, there were no more grunts, no more scrambling, just the creak of the pew rocking once, twice, then settling. My arms continued for a stroke or two out of sheer momentum muscles, firing on the last of the panic before they realized the struggle had stopped. When I did stop, the silence came back in all at once. I stood there in the middle of that little church at Rattle Run Church, heaving hatchet, hanging limply from my hand. Sweat prickled along my spine despite the cold. My shoulders buzzed with fatigue. Behind me, the fire in the stove had found its strength. It crackled and popped, sending small bursts of sound into the heavy air. Each sap pocket that burst inside a log sounded like a distant gunshot. The metal of the stove answered with occasional cooling tin tick, tick, tick that seemed almost polite in comparison to what had just happened. Other than that, there was nothing. No voice, no coin, no laughter. Just the sound of the fire eating through the wood and a thick, smothering quiet settling over the pews like a blanket thrown over a struggling animal. There's a difference between killing a man and making sure the world believes he is dead. After the silence settled, I stood there for a long moment, swaying a little, the hatchet hanging from my hand. The church around me felt wrong, tilted, as if it had been knocked off its foundation by what I'd done. The air seemed thicker, harder to pull into my lungs. Every breath tasted like dust and old prayers. I don't remember deciding what to do next. No clear thought, no formed plan. Just a slow, heavy awareness sinking in. If I walked out of that church in my black suit and white collar covered in what I knew must be on me, I was finished. So was my wife. so were my children. Whatever happened to me would fall on them like snow sliding off a roof. My eyes dropped to what was left of Gideon. I will not describe it for you. Some things don't need help lodging in a man's head. What mattered in that moment was not the details of him, but the fact that he was now a weight without will, a heavy, awkward weight. The stove behind me ticked again louder now as the fire inside it grew. Heat pressed faintly at my back, a reminder of the one thing in this room that still knew what it was meant to do. Burn, consume, turn substance into smoke and ash and forgetfulness. Something in my mind clicked into place. I don't remember saying anything aloud, but I might have. A curse, a prayer. They sound the same when they come out of the throat of a desperate man. I set the hatchet down on the floor with a dull thud. The handle rattled against the boards as it settled. Then I bent hands shaking and grabbed hold. Dragging him to the stove was like dragging a bag of wet sand that had chosen out of spite to sprout elbows and knees. He was not graceful in death. Limbs caught on pews, boots snagged against the ends of benches. The floor groaned under the friction. My muscles screamed in protest. Each time his shoulder or hip bumped against the wood, the impact echoed up into the rafters multiplied, came back to me as if the building itself were groaning. Sweat broke out across my forehead despite the cold. It ran in thin, stinging lines down into my eyes. My breath came in harsh, animal grunts. I could feel my heart thudding against my ribs, furious and terrified. The closer we got to the stove, the hotter the air became. The little iron box that had just been a comfort on other winter days now radiated an insistent, almost greedy warmth. The door still hung half open, orange light pulsing inside it, as the fire chewed through the wood I'd so carefully arranged. When I reached it, I had to let go for a moment. My hands, numb from exertion, stung as blood rushed back into them. I straightened back, popping, and put one hand on the stove door. The iron was already hot enough to bite through the leather of my glove. The metal squealed as I pulled a high, complaining note that sliced through the thick air. When the door swung fully open, a wave of heat punched out into my face, making me flinch and squint. Inside, the fire had grown lively. Flames roped and twisted orange and yellow tongues, licking up the logs, charring them black, collapsing their edges inward. The coals beneath glowed a furious red flecks of white-hot ash, popping and jumping in the draft. The heat dried the sweat on my skin in an instant, leaving a tight, brittle feeling behind. My eyes watered. The tiny hairs inside my nose curled slightly with the scorching air. You can imagine the rest without me lingering on it. There was the sound of weight meeting metal. A heavy, sickening thump, as something that should never go into a stove did. The sizzle of moisture hitting coals, an obscene cousin of the sound bacon makes in a pan. The fire flared greedier, as if I'd just thrown it a feast after a long, boring diet. The smell hit a heartbeat later. It was wrong. That's the only word that fits. Not like wood, not like coal, not like anything you cook on purpose. Thick, greasy, and sweet in a way that turned my stomach immediately, even as some part of my mind whispered that I had no right to be squeamish now. I gagged, clapping a hand over my mouth, stumbling back a step. The back of my throat burned, my eyes stung worse. The church, which had smelled of dust and wax and old ash when we came in, now filled with that horrid, cloying scent curling into every corner. Behind me, the open door drank up the smoke as best it could, the pipe carrying it upward, but enough of it stayed. Enough of it would cling to the wood, to the pews, to the very bones of the building. It would tell anyone with a nose that something had been done here that was never meant to be. I shut the stove door with more force than necessary. The iron rang as it slammed the latch, clicking into place like the closing of a cell. For a moment, I just stood there, chest heaving, staring at the black metal. The ticking of the expanding stove had turned into a steady chorus, now tiny pings and pops as the heat surged and settled. It sounded almost cheerful, almost busy. My hands hanging at my sides brushed against fabric, smooth black fabric, my suit. It hadn't struck me until then how stark I must look Reverend John Carmichael in his neat black suit and white collar, standing alone in a bloodied church with a man's remains burning in the stove. Every thread I wore screamed my identity, my calling, my guilt. If anyone walked in now, even a child, even a stranger, they would know exactly who I was, and exactly who must have done this. The thought slotted into place with the same horrible inevitability as everything else that morning. Slowly, almost mechanically, I looked down at myself. The jacket, the waistcoat, the trousers, the neat, stark line of the white rectangle at my throat. I could see here and there dark smears, a fleck on the cuff, a patch on the front. Evidence. I don't remember making the decision. I only remember my fingers at the buttons. They tore. One popped off and flew bouncing off the floor with a tiny tink, lost in the larger quiet. The sound jolted me, but my hands didn't stop. I yanked the jacket open, seams whining in protest, and shrugged out of it with a violence usually reserved for getting away from something that's on fire. The waistcoat came next, buttons skipping free into the air like startled insects. The black cloth, so familiar it had practically become part of my skin over the years, suddenly felt like a costume I'd been caught wearing without permission. I took the jacket in both hands and ripped. The fabric gave way in jagged, tearing bursts, not clean like in stories, but in uneven mouths of cloth that resisted and then surrendered. Sleeves came loose, lining exposed shoulders, shredded. Each rip sounded loud in the church, a harsh animal noise that had no place in a house of worship. I did the same to the trousers, splitting them, tearing pieces free, until what had once been a respectable suit lay in ragged strips at my feet, as unrecognizable as the man in the stove. There was method under the madness, though I couldn't have explained it to you in words at the time. Even as my breath sawed in and out, even as my hands shook, some grim, cold part of me was arranging the scene. I scattered the pieces. A sleeve thrown down the center aisle, lying in a crooked line as if someone had fallen there and thrashed. A torn swatch of trouser leg draped over the back of a pew, hanging limply, like something trying to crawl away and failing. A section of jacket near the stove so close that the heat would curl its edges, make it look like whatever had happened had ended there. Buttons. There was one in particular. My wife had sewn it on herself when the original had cracked in half months before. It was slightly different from the others, darker, more matte, with a faint nick near the edge. She teased me about it, told me it would be my undoing if I didn't let her replace the whole set one day. I found it in the mess on the floor, the familiar little disc warm from my palm as I picked it up. For a long moment, I just held it between my thumb and forefinger, feeling its tiny weight, the ghost of her hands in it. Then I flicked it toward the aisle. It landed near a larger scrap of cloth and rolled a little before coming to rest. A small, distinctive clue left right where any observant man would see it and think that's the Reverend's. When I was done, the church looked violated, not just by violence against a body, but by the chaos I'd flung through it. The straight, orderly lines of the pews, the tidy solemnity of the aisle, the quiet dignity of the altar, all of it was undercut by the scattered black shreds of my life. The suit I'd put on that morning as Reverend John Carmichael did not exist anymore. Instead, the pieces lay around the room like the shed skin of something that had slithered out of its old shape and slipped away. I stood there in my undershirt and drawers, skin goose-pimpling, as the cold rushed in where cloth had been. The heat from the stove pressed at my back, strangely intimate against my exposed shoulders. In the corner where I'd dragged him before, his clothes lay in a sad little heap. The brown shirt, the long coat, a pair of trousers that had seen better days. They smelled even from where I stood. Sweat, smoke from saloons, cheap whiskey soaked into the fibers, the particular sour musk of a man who'd worn the same garments through too many hard nights and never seen them boiled. I walked toward them like a man approaching a grave that had his own name on it. My fingers closed on the shirt first. The fabric was stiff in places, stained darker where spills and stains had dried. I pulled it on anyway. The cold cotton dragged across my skin, carrying someone else's life with it. The cuffs hung a little long on my wrists. I rolled them up with clumsy movements. The coat went over that. It settled on my shoulders heavier than it should have, the weight of it unfamiliar. The lining scratched the back of my neck. The smell, God, the smell, wrapped around me like an accusation. I slid my arms into the sleeves. My hands emerged from cuffs that were frayed and greasy. For a second, looking down at them, I had the strange, dizzying impression that they were not my hands at all. They looked wrong. The fingers were mine, same scars, same crookedness to the second knuckle on the right from a childhood break. But the context was foreign. Those hands had no business coming out of these sleeves. It was like seeing your reflection wearing a stranger's face. Something in me lurched. I grabbed onto the back of a pew to steady myself. The wood was cool and solid under my grip, the familiar texture of it grounding me just enough to keep my knees from folding. A part of me wanted to rip the clothes back off, fling them into the stove, and follow them. Another part had already accepted that the only way forward was through this new skin. At the door, the light from outside looked different now. Harsher. Wider. The church had become a box full of smoke and ghosts, and I was about to step out of it dressed in the life of the man I'd put in the stove. I didn't lock the door behind me. I left it as it was slightly ajar, hinges tired the cold wind probing the gap. Let whoever found it later wonder why the Lord's house stood open on a winter day with no service. Let them follow the smells and the smoke and the scattered clues inside. The air outside hit me like a slap. The cold went straight through the thin shirt under Gideon's coat, clawing at my ribs. The snow underfoot squeaked and crunched as I walked around the corner of the church toward the hitching post. The horses shifted as I approached. My own horse tossed his head, ears flattening for a brief second, eyes rolling to show a thin crescent of white. He snorted, nostrils flaring, the steam of his breath flaring outward in a quick, agitated burst. The other horse stamped, tugging at the slack reins, muscles bunching under his hide. Animals know. They smell things we don't have words for. Blood. Smoke. Panic seeping out of a man's skin. Easy, I whispered, voice raw. Easy, boy. I stroked my horse's neck with what I hoped was a steady hand. The coarse hair rasped under my palm. He shivered once, a quick ripple down his flank, then stilled under my touch, though his ears never quite relaxed. I untied the reins, the rope stiff and cold against my fingers, and put my boot in the stirrup. For a moment, as I swung up into the saddle, I was afraid the horse would shy away, that he'd refuse me, that even he could tell I was not the same man who'd ridden him out here. But muscle memory is a powerful thing. Mine and his. He shifted to take my weight like he always did, hooves planting more firmly in the snow. The leather creaked under me. The saddle felt wrong with Gideon's coat between it and my back, but there was no time to adjust. no time to look back. Still, I did. I turned in the saddle and looked at the church one last time. From the outside, it looked exactly as it always had. White boards, small steeple, crooked cross. The only difference was the faint wisp of smoke from the chimney thinner now, but still there, telling anyone with eyes that a fire was burning inside. Somewhere under that simple white siding, under the roof that had kept out 100 storms, under the small steeple that had watched over 100 prayers. A version of me lay scattered in cloth and ash. The Reverend in the black suit. The man the town thought they knew. The man my wife had kissed goodbye that morning. I did not just kill a man, I whisper now to you and to whoever else might be listening. I killed myself in that church too. At least the version everyone knew. When I rode away in Gideon's clothes, I rode as a ghost wearing another man's skin. You know the distance on a map, Sheriff. Michigan to Illinois. Lines and numbers. Miles and connections. I didn't travel it as lines and numbers. I traveled it as a man trying not to look over his shoulder and failing. When I left Rattle Run, I rode hard. The snow that had felt almost peaceful that morning turned treacherous in the afternoon light. The horse's hooves punched through the crust in places sliding on hidden ice beneath. Each stumble jolted my spine and rattled my teeth. The cold, which had been a clean bite earlier, turned raw as sweat cooled under Gideon's borrowed coat. The damp cloth clung to my back like a hand that wouldn't let go. I didn't follow the most direct road. That would have been too easy to describe later, too easy to predict. I cut across side tracks, took farm lanes that skirted fields, followed fence lines where the snow drifted deeper and the going was slow. My world shrank to three things: the horse beneath me, the gray-white blur of land ahead, and the knowledge that behind me in a small church, a fire was doing work no fire should ever have to do. By the time I reached the first small town big enough to have a depot, the light was already fading. My thighs burned. My hands were cramped into claws around the reins. Every jolt of the saddle sent little sparks up my spine. The town didn't know me. That was why I'd chosen it. Just a scattering of wooden buildings around a thread of tracks, with a low, sooted station at its center, and a water tower looming beside it like a dark, one-legged giant. I rode straight to the livery first. A man in a greasy cap and a coat that had seen better winters squinted at me as I swung down. "Need to sell?" he asked, before I even spoke. "I can't keep him," I said. My voice sounded wrong in my ears, like it belonged to someone else who'd sat in saloons all morning instead of pulpits. "I'm heading further by train." He walked around the horse, assessing muscle and age with the indifferent touch of someone looking at a tool, not a living thing. The horse flicked his ears back at me once, as if in question, then lowered his head. "Not the best time of year," the man grunted, "but I'll take him off your hands. $50. It was less than the animal was worth." I didn't haggle. Each minute after dark felt like a coin I was paying to stay alive. We shook. His grip was calloused dry. He led the horse away without a backward glance. I stood for a second, watching my only familiar companion disappear into the barn's mouth, feeling more naked than I had standing in that church in my undershirt. The depot smelled of wet wool and smoke. Inside, the air was thick with people and their traveling lives. Men in heavy coats stamped snow from their boots, the slush melting into muddy puddles on the floorboards. Women clutched carpet bags and children's hands' cheeks red under their scarves. The walls were stained the color of old tea from years of coal smoke curling along the ceiling and settling in every crack. A potbelly stove in the corner radiated heat surrounded by a loose circle of bodies drawn in by instinct. The iron surface was blackened and shiny in patches where hands had touched it. Above the murmur of conversation, the clerk's voice called out times and destinations, each announcement ringing against the high rafters before dissolving into the crowd. I bought a ticket under a name that wasn't mine. The clerk barely looked at me. His fingers moved quickly over his ledger pen, scratching lips pursed around a stub of pencil he kept tucked there when he wasn't writing. Behind him, a clock ticked toward the hour, its pendulum swinging lazily, indifferent to the pressure of my heart, pounding against my ribs. "Name," he asked without conviction. "John Elder," I said. The words came easier than I expected. Maybe because I'd already killed the man who had worn my real name that morning. Maybe because once you've stepped that far over a line, one more step scarcely registers. He wrote it down, slid the ticket across the counter, and moved on to the next soul in line. The train arrived in a shriek of metal and steam. Outside, the whistle blew long and mournful, a sound that vibrated in my chest. The engine groaned as it braked iron wheels grinding against iron rails in a long, high wail that set my teeth on edge. Steam billowed from the sides, wrapping the waiting crowd in a temporary fog, the air suddenly wet and warm against my face. People surged forward when the doors opened. I moved with them, carried along on the tide hand, closing automatically around the handle of my small bag, the only thing I'd brought besides the clothes on my back. Inside the carriage, the smell struck first. Coal smoke from the engine filtered in, mixing with the human scents of sweat and damp wool leather gloves, drying on windowsills, cheap tobacco clinging to mustaches. Somewhere someone had opened a paper package of food. The sour tang of pickles and the greasy comfort of cold fried meat slid through the air. It was a stew of odors that lodged in my nose and throat. I found a seat by the window, the green upholstery rough under my fingers, stuffing uneven beneath the fabric. The glass beside me was streaked with old rain and smeared with fingerprints. Beyond it, the world was a blur of gray and white and the occasional dark tree trunk. The train jerked once, a heavy physical lurch, as the couplings took tension, then began to move. The wheels dominated everything. The sound of them was relentless metal on metal, a grinding clatter with a steady beat underneath it. Ka-chunk, 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 over and over like a giant, indifferent heart. The floor vibrated with the motion, sending a constant faint shiver up through my boots into my bones. Voices layered over that rhythm. Men clearing their throats, hacking into handkerchiefs. A baby crying 2 rows back, the mother shushing in a tired, repetitive murmur. A pair of men arguing softly about politics in the seats ahead, their words rising and falling without meaning to me. I tried once to bow my head and pray. I closed my eyes, folded my hands in my lap like I'd taught children to do 100 times, and summoned words I'd said over the dying, over the frightened, over my own children's beds at night. Lord, that was as far as I got. Behind my eyelids, I didn't see heaven or light or comfort. I saw the inside of the stove at Rattle Run coals glowing red, something blackening and curling in the flames. I heard again the wet, obscene sizzle that followed the thump of weight-meeting heat. The imagined smell rose in my throat until I thought I might be sick, right there on the floor between my boots. My eyes snapped open. My hands, which had been folded, were trembling faintly. I didn't try to pray again. Instead, I fixed my attention on the window. The snow outside fractured into streaks as we picked up speed trees whipping past like black strokes. Every so often, the train rushed over a bridge or a crossing. The sound changed momentarily, becoming a deeper roar, a low, hollow thunder, before sliding back into its usual clatter. Time became disjointed. Minutes stretched, then snapped. A station would appear out of nowhere, a cluster of buildings, a platform, a sudden crowd, and then be gone again, swallowed by the tracks and the snow. Fatigue pressed down on me, heavy and persistent. My body begged for sleep. My mind refused to grant it. Whenever my eyes began to droop, whenever the rhythmic sway of the carriage started to rock me toward rest, something would jolt me awake. The pitch of a voice, the unexpected slam of a door between cars, the sharp, dry cough of a man 3 seats away, and more than once a particular sound that should not have been there. Over the grinding of the wheels, over the murmur of voices, I'd hear it, a tiny, bright ting, like metal hitting wood, like a coin dropped on a floor. The first time my entire body went rigid. I turned in my seat, eyes scanning the carriage for the familiar flash of silver, for Gideon's crooked grin, for the lazy rise and fall of his hand. There was no coin, no Gideon. Just a boy 4 seats back, fiddling with the clasp on his father's pocket, watched the tiny chain clicking against the case as he swung it. He caught my eye and ducked his head, suddenly shy. I looked away. Later I heard it again. A flick, or what my mind decided was a flick, followed by a soft, ringing tap. I jerked my head to the left so quickly my neck twinged. An old woman sat there knitting. Her needles flashed in and out, the metal tips tapping together in a quick, practiced rhythm. Click, 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 click. I watched her hands for a full minute, forcing myself to admit that was all it had been. The third time, there was no obvious source. The carriage was quieter. Some passengers had dozed off, hats tipped forward over their faces. The light had changed, too dimmed to the weak gold of late afternoon, filtering through a sky clogged with clouds. The wheels kept up their endless recitation. My spine ached. My stomach gnawed at itself. Then ting. Clean. Clear. Right behind my left ear. I whipped my head around, heart hammering against the inside of my ribs so hard it hurt. An empty seat. An open carpet bag on the floor, its contents shirts, a Bible, a tin cup jostling slightly with the motion of the train. No coin, no hand flipping it, no man watching me. I realized then that I was breathing too fast. My fingers had curled into fists on my knees, nails digging into the meat of my palms. Sweat had gathered under my collar despite the cold. Someone coughed 2 rows up. It sounded for half a second like my name. Rev. Then it resolved into throat clearing and nothing more. I pressed the heel of my hand against my chest, as if I could physically restrain my heart, and looked back out the window. The landscape blurred past in streaks. Houses, trees, a line of telegraph poles ticking by like a metronome. We stopped for the night at a junction town where the line split. The conductor walked the aisles calling out the name with the tired authority of a man who'd been saying it his entire life. People gathered their belongings, teeth clicking as they chattered against the cold that seeped in when the doors opened. I found a room at a cheap place near the station. Not even a proper hotel, just a boarding house that rented by the night at the woman at the front desk eyeing me with the practiced suspicion of someone who'd seen every type pass through. The room was on the 2nd floor at the end of a narrow hallway that smelled faintly of boiled cabbage and lye soap. The wallpaper had once been a cheerful floral pattern. Now it was faded to the color of old bones peeling in the corners. The single bed sagged in the middle, its iron headboard painted a dull chipped white. When I sat down, the springs complained with a long metal whine. The walls were thin. I could hear everything. Someone in the room to my left was coughing a deep, rattling hack that spoke of lungs full of coal dust or tobacco or both. A man somewhere down the hall laughed too loudly at his own joke, footsteps thumping as he lurched past doors. A baby cried briefly, then was hushed with soft, rhythmic shushing. Every sound made me flinch. When a floorboard creaked out in the hallway, my mind supplied boots coming straight to my door. When a distant voice said a name that wasn't mine, my brain twisted it into Reverend for half a second before common sense corrected it. Even the clink of pipes in the wall as someone downstairs ran water sounded like metal striking metal, like a dropped coin hitting a wooden floor. I lay fully clothed on top of the blankets, staring at the cracked ceiling. Shadows from the street lamps outside crawled over the plaster in slow, shifting patterns. Each time they formed a vaguely human shape, my heart lurched, then steadied. Sleep, when it came, was not rest. It was a series of plunges. I'd fall toward it, muscles loosening, the sounds of the boarding house blurring into a low hum. And then I'd jerk awake, convinced for one brief, wild instant that someone had opened the door and was standing over the bed, flipping a coin. My hand groped for the hatchet that wasn't there. My fingers closed on a wad of blanket, instead knuckles, whitening nails biting into cloth. By the time the sky outside began to gray toward morning, my eyes felt full of sand, gritty and sore. My heart hurt from spending the night launching itself at my ribs. On the next day's train, I tried to tell myself I was being foolish. That guilt was making patterns where none existed. That no one on that carriage cared who I was, as long as I didn't step on their feet or cough in their direction. The wheels resumed their chant on the tracks. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. I watched the reflections in the window again, the interior of the carriage overlaid on the rushing snow outside. My own face hovered there, pale and thinner than I remembered, eyes darker. Behind my shoulder, other passengers' silhouettes moved like shadows on a wall. At some point, a man took the seat across the aisle. I saw him in the glass before I turned my head. Solid build, dark coat, hands folded in his lap. Then one of those hands moved. He lifted something between his fingers, a small, bright flash. The object turned, a quick flick of his thumb, a glint of light as it rotated. My stomach dropped. Coin, my mind hissed. He has a coin. The sound of the train tunneled away. My pulse roared in my ears. I turned my head slowly, every muscle tight, braced for the sight of Gideon Browning sitting across the aisle, grinning, silver dancing between his fingers. It was not a coin. The man held his hand near the window, twisting his wrist, admiring the way the weak afternoon sun caught on the band of metal there. A wedding ring, thick, worn, smooth over years, catching and throwing the light with each small movement. He glanced up, felt my stare, and offered a polite, puzzled nod before looking away. My heart, which had surged up into my throat, dropped heavily back into my chest. In that moment, Sheriff, I felt something I don't ever remember feeling before, not just fear, but the cold, seeping realization that I could no longer entirely trust my own senses. I had brought the coin with me, not in my pocket, not in my bag, but in my head. And it was not done with me yet. By the time the train finally sighed and shuddered to its last stop in Illinois, I felt as if I'd been hollowed out and filled with smoke. The city was not large, not by the standards of the world, but after the quiet of rural Michigan and the empty white of the fields, it felt like stepping into another country. When I descended from the carriage onto the platform, the air hit me first, damp and heavy, carrying the stink of coal horse droppings and too many people living too close together. Outside the station, the streets were narrow canyons of brick and stone. Daylight had already given way to something else, the low, murky glow of gas lamps strapped to iron posts at the corners, their glass chimneys fogged with soot. The light they shed was sickly and yellow, pooling in irregular circles on the wet pavement, leaving long stretches of shadow between. The street itself was slick with melt and refuse. Wheels had chewed channels into the slush, exposing the dark, wet stone underneath. Every passing carriage threw up a spray of filthy water as it rattled by iron-rimmed wheels, clacking over the uneven cobbles, harnesses jingling, horses snorting steam into the cold evening air. Streetcars rattled past on their own rails, bells clanging a sharp warning as they approached crossings. Their windows glowed faintly from the lamps inside silhouettes of weary passengers flickering by in jerky glimpses. Somewhere down the block, a man hawked roasted chestnuts from a cart, his shout rising above the general din. A woman pushed a pram through the mush skirts held up with one hand to keep them out of the filth. Children darted between adults like quick darting shadows, shrieking laughter that vanished as soon as it appeared. The city sounded alive in a way my little town never had. Alive and impatient, the noise wrapped itself around me, a knot of voices, the clatter of hooves and wheels, the hiss and pop of gas lamps, the distant metallic clang of some factory or yard at the edge of hearing. I walked with my bag in hand, keeping my head down, following the directions I'd been given for a house that lets rooms cheap near the station. The further I went from the depot, the more the brick fronts gave way to tired wooden facades, paint-peeling windows sagging in their frames. Narrow alleys gaped between buildings, black as missing teeth. I saw the sign before I saw the house. Rooms, it proclaimed in chipped white letters on a dark board. The sign hung from two rusted chains above a recessed doorway, swaying gently every time the wind slid down the street. One of the bolts anchoring it to the wall was loose. The whole thing tilted at a slight, unsettling angle, as if at any moment it might fall and crush whoever was foolish enough to walk beneath it. The building itself was 3 stories of tired wood, squeezed between 2 brick neighbors that made it look even more worn by comparison. The front steps were damp and beginning to rot at the edges. The heavy front door bore the scars of weather and use scratches around the handle where keys had missed their mark. Darker spots where hands had pushed the same place again and again. I climbed the steps. The boards creaked under my weight, a long complaining sound that seemed too loud in my ears. My hand hesitated on the knob for half a breath, then closed around the cold metal. When I pushed the door open, a small bell above it chimed thin and bright, a delicate sound that didn't match the heft of the wood. Its ringing stirred the air in the dim, narrow hallway beyond. Inside smelled of old varnished dust and a more recent overlay of soap. Someone had tried to scrub this place into respectability. The walls were lined with dark wainscoting up to the waste wallpaper above it, patterned with faded vertical stripes. The gas sconces along the corridor were turned low, making everything a little brown, a little blurred. A small desk had been wedged into an alcove near the entrance, as if the house had grown a tumor there. Behind it sat a woman in a gray dress that had been mended more than once, the stitches neat but visible. Her hair was pinned up in a loose bun at the back of her head, streaks of silver cutting through the brown. A thin gold cross hung at her throat on a chain so fine it looked like it might snap if you breathed on it. She looked up when the bell chimed, and whatever expression she'd been wearing smoothed itself into something between courtesy and wariness. Her eyes went over me quickly, taking in the coat, the bag, the weariness. Something in her gaze, some small, involuntary softening around the edges, suggested pity. Something else, perhaps. The way her fingers tightened for a moment on the edge of the ledger in front of her suggested caution. "Yes," she said. Her voice was roughened as if she'd spent years talking over other people in rooms like this. "You need a room." "Yes," I said. My voice came out hoarser than I intended. I cleared my throat. "For a few days." "Pay by the night," she replied. "Money up front. No trouble, no visitors after dark. You keep your door locked if you've got sense." "That's fine." She reached for the ledger, opened it to a fresh page with practiced efficiency, dipped her pen into the inkwell. The nib scratched against the glass as she tapped off the extra, a small, ugly sound. "Name?" she asked. The lie was already waiting. John Elder, I said. It was the first time I'd spoken it to another human being, not to a ticket clerk barely looking at me, not just in my own head. The syllables felt strange against my tongue. Light, almost slippery, as if they might slide away into the air and leave me bare. Her pen paused for half a heartbeat, then began moving. The scratch of metal on paper was terribly loud to me, each letter carved into the page like an accusation. "E-L-D-E-R," she murmured under her breath as she wrote it. "All right, Mr. Elder, I'm Mrs. Hughes, Miranda Hughes. You disturb the other guests, you're out. You break anything, you pay for it. You die, I send for the police and they sort the rest." It was meant as a dry joke. The corner of her mouth twitched. Under other circumstances, I might have smiled. "If I die," I said quietly, "you'll be doing me a favor." Her eyes flicked up sharply at that. For a second, something like concern surfaced there, or maybe just professional alarm at a man whose words hinted at trouble. "You sick?" she asked. "Just tired," I replied. "It's been a long road." She studied me a moment longer, as if weighing what I said against what she saw. Then she nodded once, apparently deciding I was no more dangerous than any of the other ghosts who dragged themselves into her house over the years. She slid a key toward me across the desk. The metal was dull and warm from her hand. "Second floor, last door on the right," she said. "Water closet's out back. You'll see it from your window. Breakfast at 7 if you're up. If you're not, you're on your own till supper." "Thank you, Mrs. Hughes." "Miranda," she corrected absently. "Everyone calls me Miranda." I tucked the key into my pocket and turned toward the stairs. They rose steeply along the right-hand wall, narrow and slightly crooked. The runner carpet was worn to threads in the center, the pattern almost entirely gone. As I climbed, each step produced its own particular complaint. A groan here, a sharp squeak there, a low popping creak in the middle that sounded for all the world like a joint being forced too far. The handrail was smooth under my palm, the wood polished by years of hands, gripping it in just that spot. In places, it was sticky with a tacky layer of old varnish that caught the skin of my fingers. The second-floor hallway stretched out in front of me like a tunnel. Floorboards flexed and shifted underfoot, announcing my progress with soft, dull knocks. The gaslight at the far end flickered, throwing jittery shadows along the walls. Closed doors lined either side, some with thin lines of light at their bottoms, some entirely dark. My room was where she'd said the last door on the right. The key turned grudgingly in the lock, as if the door wasn't entirely convinced it wanted to let anyone through. Inside, the air was cooler. It smelled faintly of dust and old wood, with a sharper note beneath it, soap maybe, or lye. The window at the far wall was single-paned, its glass slightly rippled, distorting the view beyond. A narrow iron bed stood against one wall, its frame painted white, once now chipped and rusting in places. The mattress sagged noticeably in the middle, a permanent hollow worn by previous occupants. A thin gray blanket lay folded at the foot, and a single flat pillow rested at the head, its case more yellow than white. There was a small washstand with a cracked basin, a wobbly chair, a hook on the wall for a coat. That was all. It was the bare minimum shape of a room stripped of any decoration that might anchor a man's eye. I set my bag down at the foot of the bed and crossed to the window. The glass was cold against my fingertips as I pushed the curtain aside. Outside, the backyard of the boarding house sloped slightly toward a fence, its pickets leaning at various disapproving angles. A length of clothesline stretched from the porch to the fence, slack and empty. A few clothespins hung on it like little broken fingers. In the far corner of the yard squatted the outhouse, a dark, narrow shape with a crooked roof. Its door faced away from me toward the alley beyond. Beside it, a stack of coal waited under a tarp, the edges of the black chunks visible where the covering had been pulled back. A tin bucket leaned against the wall, dented and forgotten. The yard was mostly snow and mud, now churned into an uneven soup by many feet, heading back and forth to that little box. I watched it longer than there was any reason to. The room smelled dust wood, a hint of soap seeped into my clothes. It wasn't unpleasant. It was simply thin. Like everything here had been washed too many times, scrubbed down to the grain. I sat on the edge of the bed. The springs groaned under my weight, the whole frame shuddering. The mattress sank in the center, pulling me toward that low point. It would not be easy to get out of once I lay down. For the first time since I'd left Michigan, the thought occurred to me that I was, however briefly, somewhere that no one knew my face, my name, or what I'd done. I should have felt some sliver of relief at that. Instead, I felt only the odd, hollow lightness of a man who has stepped off a ledge and hasn't yet hit anything. Night folded itself around the window. The gaslight in the hallway hissed faintly through the thin wall. Somewhere a door closed. Footsteps crossed the floor above. A muffled voice muttered and fell quiet. The boarding house settled into its nocturnal rhythm, a chorus of small sounds, layered over a deeper, waiting silence. I stretched out on the bed without undressing boots, and all one arm flung over my eyes. The springs complained again, then adjusted. My body ached with the kind of fatigue that goes beyond muscle sinking into the joints, the marrow. I hovered on the edge of sleep, that strange borderland where sounds grow both larger and less distinct. The tick of some unseen clock in the neighboring room. The soft rush of wind outside squeezing past the cracks in the window frame. The faint, rhythmic creak of someone turning over in their bed somewhere else in the house. My breathing slowed. The weight of Gideon's coat pressed on my chest like a hand. My thoughts blurred. I was just beginning to slide under that first moment when images detach from control and become their own when I heard it. From somewhere below my floorboards, directly under the bed or just beyond it, there came a small, bright sound. Clink. Metal on wood. Light, distinct, utterly out of place among the groans and sighs of an old house. Then a brief, high, almost musical ring, a tiny circle of sound that rose and fell. It sounded exactly like a coin, dropped and rolling. For an instant, I lay frozen, every muscle locking, breath caught halfway between in and out. The hair on my arms prickled. My heart lurched into a hard, punishing gallop. The sound skittered along the boards beneath me, tracing a small circling path. I could feel it, as much as hear it, the faint trembling vibration as something round and metal danced on old wood. Then, as quickly as it had started, it stopped. Silence rushed in, thick and absolute. I held my breath and listened, eyes open now, staring into the darkness above me, waiting for the next sound, for a hand on the doorknob, for footsteps on the stairs, for a voice saying my name in a voice that wasn't Miranda's and wasn't anyone's, who should have known I was here. Nothing came. Only the whisper of the wind across the roof, the hiss of the gaslight, and my own heart pounding in my ears like it was trying to outrun something that had already found me. If you've never tried to sleep in a strange house while hiding from your own life, Sheriff, you might think exhaustion guarantees rest. It doesn't. Exhaustion just makes the ceiling look closer. The first night after that sound beneath the floorboards, the coin that wasn't, I told myself it was the old wood settling, a nail loosening, a pipe cooling, any explanation except the one my heart leapt to. By the third night, I stopped bothering with explanations. I just lay there and listened. The room had its own nervous system. Once the house went quiet, once Miranda's footsteps faded, once the last door downstairs shut with a tired thump, the bones of the building began to speak. The pipes in the walls clanged, sometimes sudden sharp knocks that sounded like someone rapping with a metal rod from the other side. They'd go still for an hour, then bang once loud enough to jerk me upright with my heart pounding. The gas in the pipes hissed faintly behind the walls, rising and falling with the pressure like a creature breathing in its sleep. Every so often, the gas sconce in the hallway outside my door would flutter. The flame dipped, then sputtered back, casting a brief, wild stutter of shadows under my door. The first time it happened, I was sure someone had walked past, blocking the light. I got up and opened the door. No one. Just that narrow hallway, the runner carpet worn gray down the middle, the sconce itself trembling slightly, as if embarrassed to have drawn attention. Nights blurred together into a series of vigils. I'd lie on my back on the sagging mattress, too tired to move and too wired to sleep. The springs under me gave the occasional complaining clang when I shifted my weight, then settled into a low, resentful whine. The blanket felt both too thin and too heavy at once, its weight trapping the heat that my own anxiety was burning off. Outside, the wind tested the window. It rattled the loose pane in its frame, made it buzz at just the right pitch to sound like someone running a fingernail along the glass. On certain gusts, it found the tiny gaps around the sash and slipped through, making the curtain lift and fall like something breathing. Somewhere in the house, a clock ticked. I never found it. I only heard it when everything else settled, a slow, patient tock, tock, tock that counted the seconds as if it had all the time in the world. I would count with it, just to have something to do. I'd make myself get to 60, then 100, then 300. By the time I reached some arbitrary number, I'd realize my heart was beating twice as fast as the clock trying to outrace it. The other guests made their own noises. A door opening down the hall with a soft scrape, then closing with a click too gentle to be an accident. Someone was trying not to wake anyone. Boots on boards, heavy steps of a large man, quick light steps of a woman, bare feet, slapping softly on the way to the stairs. Below me in the kitchen, I could sometimes hear Miranda's movements, even late at night. The clink of a spoon against a cup, the soft clatter of crockery water running in a basin. Once I heard her laugh, short surprised, as if someone had told her something genuinely funny for the first time in years. It startled me. Laughter didn't belong in the house my mind was building. Every cough became a signal, every sneeze a code. I tracked them without meaning to, assigning them to rooms in my head, mapping out invisible lives. The man 2 doors down had a dry hacking cough that came in clusters of 3. The woman across the hall coughed only when she thought no one could hear a smothered sound into a pillow. I knew when the man at the front came home late from someplace he shouldn't have been, drunk and stumbling because his boots hit the stairs wrong and he tripped on the 4th step every time. I knew when a child had a nightmare on the floor below because I heard the high panicked cry and the lower murmur of a woman's voice, soothing, repeating the same phrases over and over until the house quieted, and threaded through all of that like a bad refrain came sounds that didn't quite belong. Sometimes, just on the edge of sleep, I would hear a voice in the hallway. Low, male, close to the door. Reverend. It was never yelled. It wasn't the bark of a sheriff or the angry shout of a husband. It was almost conversational. A man saying my title the way he might have in town, tipping his hat as he passed. Half a greeting, half a question. I'd freeze pulse, leaping, every sense straining. The boards outside my room would creak just once, the sound of weight shifting. The gaslight hissed. The voice didn't repeat itself. I'd work the courage up, if you can call panic a kind of courage, to throw the blanket aside and stand. The cold air knifed through Gideon's coat, shocking my skin fully awake. The floor under my bare feet was icy and rough. I'd cross the room in 3 quick steps and yank the door open. Empty hallway. A strip of yellow light from the sconce. 3 closed doors. Nothing else. "Hello," I'd say once, quietly, already knowing no one would answer. No one ever did. Once I heard the voice from the stairwell. It was faint, distant, just enough to catch my ear over the murmur of the house. Reverend. Drawn out like a man calling from the other side of a field. I did not go look that time. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling, my hands curled so tightly into fists on the blanket that my nails bit crescents into my palms. I listened instead to my own breathing and tried to match it to the clock I could not see. The sounds followed me into the daytime, too. In the mornings, when the house smelled briefly of coffee and frying onions, I'd sit at the small table in my room with my letter spread before me. Pen in hand, I'd stare at the unfinished line to the sheriff of Rattle Run and feel the weight of every word I hadn't yet written. The boarding house creaked and sighed around me. Somewhere below, a spoon tapped against a cup, ting-ting, and I'd flinch like a man hearing the first flick of a coin. Once while I was writing, I heard the unmistakable bright sound of metal rolling inside my own coat pocket. A small circular skitter followed by a dull, final tap. I froze. My hand hovered above the paper ink gathering into a dark drop at the nib of the pen. Slowly, as if sudden movement might scare the sound away, I reached into the pocket. My fingers closed around familiar shapes, the room key cool and jagged, a stub of pencil, folded paper, the shape of my penknife. No coin. I pulled everything out, laid it on the table, turned the pocket inside out just to prove a negative to myself. Nothing gleamed in the lamplight. Nothing spun between my fingers except the lies I'd been telling myself. The sound had been as clear as if Gideon himself were standing beside me. It hadn't happened. And yet I'd heard it. That was not, unfortunately, a new pattern in my blood. Lying awake in that narrow bed, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, I began to think of my parents more than I had in years. My father sitting in his chair by the front window of our old house, eyes fixed on a spot on the far wall. He'd sit like that for hours, hands folded on his knees, lips moving occasionally, with words that never made it out into the air. If you shook him gently, just a hand on his shoulder, he'd start and look at you like he wasn't sure who you were at first. "There's someone in the yard," he'd say sometimes, voice calm, as if remarking on the weather. "He's been there all day." We'd go to the window and look. Yard empty, gate closed, road beyond as calm as ever. My mother making supper in the kitchen would pause suddenly, her hand hovering over the pot. Hear that she'd whisper. Hear what we'd ask. "On the roof," she'd say. "They're walking up there again. They never stop." There was never anyone on the roof. No snow shifting, no branches scraping. Just the wind and the creak of the old house doing what old houses do. As a boy, I learned to smile and say, "I don't hear anything, Mama," in a gentle voice. As a young man, I learned to close the Bible tighter in my hands when my father started muttering to the wall, as if the weight of it could anchor me where it hadn't anchored him. Now in that Illinois boarding house 500 miles from the church at Rattle Run, I lay awake and heard coins that weren't there, and voices that weren't calling me. I heard the word Reverend when the drunk stumbled home and slurred a greeting to no one in particular. I heard the clink of silver when Miranda dropped a spoon in the kitchen. I heard Gideon's laugh when a man on the street below barked out something funny and walked on. Each time my body reacted as if the danger were real. Heart pounding, muscles tensing, breath shortening. The same symptoms you'd expect of a man who knew with good reason that someone might be coming for him. And yet, who exactly was coming, you did not know where I was. No one did. The last place anyone had seen me was that road to Columbus. The last trace of me they'd find would be in that church scattered in cloth and smoke. There was no reason for Gideon Browning's shadow to reach all the way to this crooked little house behind a gaslit street in Illinois. If any rational man had walked into my room on the 5th or 6th night and listened with me, he would have heard what was actually there: the clank of the furnace, the hiss of gas, the voices of tired people going about their tired lives. Only I heard the coin. Only I heard my own title whispered down an empty hall. I'd come all this way to escape a man I'd convinced myself had power over my body and my will. But lying there stiff and sleepless, every nerve flinching at sounds that belonged to no one, a thought pushed its way to the front of my mind like a splinter working out of skin. If Gideon truly had powers, they should have stayed behind with his body. But the fear followed me here 500 miles away. That suggests it was never in him to begin with. It was always in me. By now you've seen the photographs, if they took any, or at least the sketches. You've walked through what's left of that little white church at Rattle Run with your hat in your hand and your jaw set hard, trying not to breathe too deeply. I wasn't there when you first rode out, Sheriff, but I can see it almost as clearly as if I'd been sitting in the front pew watching you come in. It starts not with you, but with him, the caretaker. He was always punctual, that man. You know him. You know the rhythm of his days better than I do by now, up before sunrise, hands already rough from years of chopping wood and fixing fences, ready to ride out to the church to make sure the Lord's house hadn't fallen down in the night. I imagine the sound of his horse coming into that empty clearing out at Rattle Run. Hooves crunching hard on the packed snow in front of the church, the sound swallowed by the open fields. It's quiet out there. Always was. No other houses, no barns, nothing to distract from the sight of that little white building sitting alone under the gray sky. He must have seen the smoke first. Not the thin, polite ribbon you get when a man has banked a fire properly and gone about his day, but a thicker, steadier column pushing up from the chimney, smudging the air above the steeple. Enough to make a man frown, rein in his horse a little sooner. The Reverend isn't supposed to be here, he'd be thinking. The Reverend is on his way to Columbus. Maybe he thought a vagrant had broken in, or some boys looking for shelter from the cold. Maybe he put his hand on the pistol at his hip before he even swung down from the saddle. His boots would have hit the snow with a dull thump. I can hear the clink of his stirrups as he stepped away from the horse, the leather creak of the saddle settling. He ties the reins to the post, patting the animal's neck, eyes never entirely leaving that open patch of white board and dark door. The church door would have looked normal enough from where he stood, paint flaking a little more each season. The iron latch dark with use. No sign that anything inside had shifted from the way it usually was. He climbs the 3 wooden steps. They complain under his weight. You know that sound. You heard it yourself later. He reaches for the handle, expecting resistance. The latch turns too easily. That's the first real wrong note. The kind that makes your stomach tighten. Inside, the hinges groan. The door swings inward on a breath of hot air that smells like smoke and something else. Something coppery and thick. By the time his eyes adjust from the pale brightness of the snow to the dim interior, he's already backing up a half step, even if he doesn't know why his feet are doing it. Then he sees the blood. You've read his statement. You've heard him choke on it when he tried to tell you. He didn't have the words for it, did he? Blood everywhere, he must have said. On the pews, on the floor, on the walls. Like someone had picked the church up and wrung it out. You know the layout. A narrow center aisle, 2 sets of pews, stove in the corner, altar up front. Nothing fancy, nothing grand, just straight lines and plain surfaces. now streaked and spattered. There are prints where hands slid along wood, smears where something heavy was dragged, drops that broke free and fell on their own, dotting the boards like a morbid trail of breadcrumbs. On one pew, a dark patch where a body slumped for a second before being moved again. He sees bits of black cloth, too. Torn pieces of a suit he's seen every Sunday for years. A scrap hanging off the back of a pew like a man's jacket had been caught there in a violent movement. A strip of trouser leg on the floor soaked through. He bends, heart pounding, to pick one up. The fabric is familiar under his fingers. Better yet, the buttons. He knows those buttons. Everyone in town does. The Reverend's wife bought them from the only decent shop in 20 miles. She'd shown them off once to his wife, proud of the tiny engraving on one of them, a detail no one else would notice. He finds that distinctive one near the aisle, half buried in a red smear. When he wipes it on his own coat, the little nick catches the light just as it always did when I straightened my jacket before a sermon. He doesn't have to think very hard. The conclusion leaps at him, fanged and obvious. The Reverend has been butchered in his own church. What else could the evidence mean to a man who walked in thinking I was supposed to be miles away? He calls out my name. Reverend Carmichael. His voice bounces off the rafters and comes back thinner. No answer. The silence afterward presses on him. He feels the hot, damp weight of the air in his chest. Maybe he thinks of backing out and riding for town right then. Fetch the sheriff, fetch anyone with a badge and a gun, and the willingness to step into this. But there's another thought, one that's more stubborn than fear. If the Reverend is hurt, he might still be alive. So he does what men like him always do, what you have always counted on them to do. He pushes forward. The trail of blood isn't subtle. It runs straight down the aisle between the rows of benches toward the front. There are drag marks in it, lines where heels caught, where a shoulder bumped, where an arm knocked against the end of a pew. He follows it like you follow a creek, knowing it will lead to a source you might not want to see. Halfway up the aisle, his boot knocks against something small and bright. A coin, silver speckled dark. It skitters a little and then rests, the engraved face obscured by what coats it. He might pick it up. He might not. Either way, he notices it. Another detail for later, when he is trying to tell you about this nightmare in a way that will make sense on paper. The trail curves near the front, hooking toward the corner where the stove sits. Even from where he stands, he feels the heat pouring off it. The iron sides glow faintly dull red in places overfed. The air around it shimmers. The door is shut. The handle is too hot to touch barehanded. He uses his sleeve fingers, clumsy sweat already breaking on his brow despite the cold outside. The iron squeals when he pulls. A blast of hotter air bursts out, bringing with it the stench that will cling to his clothes and his dreams for years. Inside, red coals, blackened shapes, and something pale charred at the edges, but still horribly recognizable. Bone where no bone should be. A skull. The word forms in his mind before he gives himself permission to say it. Later, he will tell you he stumbled back so fast he nearly fell, that he dropped the poker or rag or whatever he used to open the door, that he had to step outside into the snow and gulp down the freezing air just to keep from retching. You rode out soon after. News travels faster than the wind when it smells of murder. First rumor, then structured stories. Women at the pump in town buckets swinging from their gloved hands, leaning close to whisper. Men outside the general store, breath steaming while they talk. Voices pitched low but edged with excitement. Children too young to understand what death really is, breathless with the thrill of repeating what they've overheard. They found a skull in the stove, they say, wide-eyed. In the church. The Reverend's church. Inside the tavern, the talk is louder. Over the plink of a badly tuned piano and the thud of mugs on scarred wood, Gideon Browning's name comes up again and again. He had a fight that day, they say, with his brother-in-law, a bad one. Voices raised in the street, fists thrown. Someone had to pull them apart. Man like that's got a temper, one of them mutters. Always said he'd do something like this one day, and the Reverend someone else adds. Always in the wrong place at the wrong time when you're trying to help souls that don't want it. By the time you arrive at the church, the story has already started to harden. Reverend Carmichael, beloved by his congregation, ambushed and slaughtered by the town drunk. Gideon, whose face kids have seen scowling outside the saloon, whose name wives have spoken with tight mouths cast neatly into the role of monster. The blood on the floor, the torn suit, the button, my button, all lean that same way, don't they? You did your job, Sheriff. You didn't just swallow the talk whole. You walked the scene yourself, boots leaving fresh tracks in the already trampled snow. You smelled the burnt air. You knelt beside those scattered scraps of black cloth and frowned at the familiar cut. You listened to the caretaker's halting account. You took notes. I can hear your pencil, a steady, unflinching scritch against the page of your notebook as you organize the chaos. Date, time, witness, observation. You're not a man given to drama, I know. On the page, you tried to pin this story down with straight lines and clear words. You would have ridden back into town after that first look, coat pulled tight against the cold, your horse's breath steaming in great gusts. Faces would have turned as you passed. Men would have watched you from doorways. Women would have paused with their hands in their aprons. How bad is it, someone might have called. Bad, you'd have said, because you are not a man who lies where it matters. The Reverend's gone. At first you believed it. You had to. It fit. It was simple. A good man murdered, a bad man missing. A town ready to slot them into their roles. You did what lawmen do. You spoke to everyone who might have seen us that day. The children playing in the snow along the road, cheeks red, mittens soaked, who remembered the Reverend trotting past because he'd tipped his hat and called out something kind. The same children, eyes a little wider now, who remembered another horse not long after, a man in a brown coat leaning forward in the saddle. You spoke to Gideon's brother-in-law, nursing his bruises, and his pride in equal measure telling you about the argument, the way Gideon had ridden off in a foul mood, muttering things no one quite caught. You spoke to my wife. I can see that visit in my mind's eye as clearly as if I'd watched from the window. Your horse stopping in front of our small house. The front gate, which sticks a little on cold days, rasping open under your hand. The knock on the front door, 2 firm raps, the kind that say, "This is official, but not yet. This is catastrophe." She would have opened it with a dish towel in her hand, some unfinished chore behind her. The warmth of our kitchen at her back. Her eyes at first surprised, then quickly serious, as she took in your expression. "Sheriff," she would have said. "Is something wrong?" you would have asked when she'd last seen me. How long I'd been gone, whether I'd seemed troubled. You'd have been as gentle as your job allowed. You've had to do this before. You know how to peel a life back without ripping it apart. She would have told you I'd left that morning for Columbus, that I'd kissed her at the door, the children still sleepy in their beds, that I'd been preoccupied perhaps, but not more than any man about to preach to new faces. You might have told her carefully that something terrible had happened at the Rattle Run Church. You might not have given details. You don't need to show a woman a burnt skull for her to understand the gravity of the words, "We believe the Reverend has been killed." In your notes, you probably wrote something like, Wife confirms travel to Columbus. No known enemies. Good reputation. Possible victim of opportunity. Then you turn the page. You always move forward. But the stove wouldn't let you keep your first story. Once the worst of the fire had died, and men could sift through what was left in the iron belly, the truth of the bones started to surface. Height, shape, the marks on them. Things I don't want to describe, but you had to learn. Enough to make someone Dr. Coroner, whoever you brought, shake his head and say slowly, "This doesn't match the Reverend's build." Teeth, maybe. Old dental work. A broken bone that healed wrong years ago. Little betrayals of identity that bodies can't help but carry. Somewhere in that process, someone said, "This isn't him." Not the Reverend. Not the man the blood and cloth story wanted to make into a martyr. You thought I was the victim first, Sheriff. I know you did. The town gave you a villain and a corpse, and all your training said start there. Then the stove told you I was not. So let me stop walking you around the edges of it, Sheriff, and put the thing itself in front of you. I killed Gideon Browning. There was no invisible hand guiding mine. No spell in the air. No coin with power beyond the one I gave it. There was just a frightened man who had spent his whole life afraid of his own mind, suddenly convinced that if he didn't strike first, he would be taken apart. You'll find all of that written more cleanly in your reports, I have no doubt. Subject admits to homicide or whatever phrase you favor, but ink of yours won't know the feeling of the hatchet handle in my hand, the way my fingers do even now. It wasn't heavy at first. That's the part that surprised me. In the general store, it had felt like any new tool, solid, reassuring, the sort of thing you could use to split kindling or lop off a root. In the church, when I wrapped my hand around it for the second time, it changed. The same piece of wood, the same iron head, but the weight shifted. It was no longer a tool. It had become a decision. When I lunged for it, when I tore it from Gideon's grip and he stumbled, that was the moment, if any, when hypnosis could have broke, if hypnosis were ever real. There was a space there, a breath where I could have stopped. We could have looked at each other, both shaken, and backed away from the edge I'd ridden us to. I did not back away. My arm rose, my arm fell. Between those two motions, a line was crossed that cannot be uncrossed. I won't dress it up for you. I swung until he stopped moving, until the church rang with the echoes, and then finally did not. You'll notice I don't linger on what his body looked like after. I don't need to. You've seen men killed before. You've seen what panic and a blade can do in close quarters. And there's nothing instructive in me cataloging for someone who's never done it what happens when a human body meets steel and fear. This is not a story meant to thrill. It's a confession. What matters is what I did next, when the hot blur of the moment passed, and the world resolved around me again. I dragged him. That's a sentence you can read quickly, I know. 3 words. Easy ink. But doing it was not quick, and it was not easy. He was heavy, awkward, limp in ways a man should never be. My boots slipped in what we'd spilled on the floor. My shoulders ached. Each time his elbow or heel knocked against a pew, the sound shot up into the rafters and came back at me like an accusation. I opened the stove. I fed it. That's what it felt like, feeding something. The fire had been small and useful before, just a humble blaze trying to keep the winter at bay. When I gave it what I gave it, it turned eager in a way that made my skin crawl. Flames grabbed. Coals hissed. The heat punched out into the room too much at once, forcing tears into my eyes. I closed the door. I listened to the ticking of the iron as it adjusted to its new burden, to the tiny sounds inside that I will hear in my dreams until I stop having them. Then I changed clothes. I took off my black suit, the one everyone knew me by, the one my wife had brushed that morning so I'd look proper in Columbus, and I tore it apart with my own hands. Seams gave. Buttons flew, fabric shredded. I scattered the pieces around that church like a man sowing seed, making sure anyone who walked in would say, "This is where the Reverend died." I put on Gideon's clothes. The shirt itched. The coat smelled of stale smoke and spilled liquor, and a life lived mostly in doorways and bars. Pulling them over my own skin felt like stepping into a bad dream where you look down and see someone else's hands sticking out of your sleeves, and yet I did it. I buttoned them. I looked enough like him that at a distance no one would question. I left the door unlocked. I left the stove on. I left my old life scattered on the floor and burning in the corner, and I rode away under another man's name. These are not the actions of a hypnotized victim sheriff. These are the actions of a calculating sinner, and that is why I have to talk about the coin. Because if I leave it out, if I let you think I was merely a beast who snapped and then plotted his escape, you won't understand the shape of the horror that followed me here. And you might miss what this story really is, not about a man with powers, but about a mind that was already cracked before he ever flipped a bit of silver. No one saw what I claim I felt in that church. There were no witnesses when my arms lifted. No one who can corroborate the sensation of muscles moving without permission, of joints obeying a voice that didn't sound like my own. You have only my word that it happened that way. And my word is suspect, because in the weeks before, I was already seeing patterns in Gideon's comings and goings that no one else remarked on. He was in town, yes. He drank at the bar. He fought with his kin. He stood outside places where decent folk went. But for everyone else, he was just there. For me, he was everywhere. I spotted him across the street and decided he'd been waiting. I saw him in the back pew and decided he was hunting. I heard a horse at night and decided it was his, because fear fills in blanks faster than memory ever does. When he flipped that coin on the road, flicking it up, catching it without looking over and over it became a metronome for my dread. The sound of it soothed me and frightened me at the same time. Maybe any repetitive noise would have done that given the state my nerves were in. Maybe if he'd been snapping his fingers or tapping his boot, I'd be telling you those things had power now instead. What I know is this. At some point I decided the coin had power. I decided he was hypnotizing me. I decided I was no longer in control. And once I decided that, every sensation that followed bent itself around that belief. My arms lifted. Did I move them? Did I obey a suggestion? Did I panic and freeze, then later rewrite the moment as a supernatural compulsion? Because that was easier than admitting I chose to. I don't honestly know anymore, Sheriff. I remember the feeling, not the mechanics. The feeling of not being at the wheel of my own body. The feeling of strings pulling. The coin falling broke that feeling like cutting a rope. In that rush of freedom, I attacked. No one else ever saw that coin do anything but gleam and spin. No one has come forward to say, yes, I too watched Gideon control a man with a bit of silver. There is no trail of victims leaving churches and barns and back rooms saying he made me. There is just me with my family history of hearing footsteps no one else hears, seeing figures on roofs that never show up when anyone checks. My father talking to walls. My mother listening to things in the chimney that weren't there. Me, a boy clutching a Bible like a shield, telling himself, if I just believe hard enough, I won't turn into them. And then one winter, I rode out on a quiet road with too much fear in my head, met a drunk with a coin and a bad reputation, and cooked that fear into a story so strong it overpowered everything else. Was I hypnotized? Or did I use the idea of hypnosis to excuse the crack I felt in myself? From where you sit, the distinction may not matter. A man is dead either way. For me, sitting at this small table in a rented room, it matters more than anything. Because if I was merely acted upon, I am a tragedy. If I acted under a delusion, I am something worse, a man who mistook his own sickness for another man's sin. That is why I am writing this. Not to beg for mercy. I know better than that. There is no mercy that can unburn a skull or unring the bell that will start swinging the moment Miranda finds me where I plan to be. I'm writing because stories will be told about this, and stories have a way of turning men like Gideon into monsters, and men like me into martyrs if no one corrects them. In the tavern, they will say he was evil, that he cursed me, that I snapped under unholy influence. In church, they will say I was tempted, and fell a cautionary tale about pride or fear or whatever sermon suits the weak. The truth is uglier and smaller. A frightened man with a faulty mind killed another frightened man with fewer protections. Then he tried to burn the evidence and run. Each word I scratch onto this paper is an attempt, clumsy as it may be, to drag the story a little closer to what actually happened. Even if my memory is warped, even if my senses have been lying to me since the day I first heard my name whispered down an empty hallway. As I write this, the sounds of this house fold around me. The radiator at my back sighs and hisses, then gives a dull, hollow clang as the metal contracts. The chair under me creaks every time I shift its joints, complaining softly. The nib of this pen scrapes across the cheap paper, leaving a track of ink that shines wetly for a moment, before drying to a dull, unforgiving line. Somewhere downstairs, Miranda is washing dishes. I can hear the clink of china, the brief ring of a spoon hitting a cup. Once that sound would have sent my heart racing, sure it was a coin. Tonight, it just reminds me that life in this house will go on after I'm done with what I have to do. The gaslight in the hall flickers. My shadow jumps on the wall, thin and distorted. For a second, it looks like someone else sitting here, some stranger in Gideon's coat, bent over a letter to a man he's never met. That's not entirely wrong. You and I, Sheriff, will likely never sit in the same room. You will know me only as words on a page, a skull in a stove, a trail of cloth. I will know you only as the shape I've given you in my mind, broad shoulders, steady eyes, a pencil that does not shake when you write cause of death. Still, for this one sliver of time, we are connected. Your hand will one day hold this paper. Your eyes will travel these lines. My voice, such as it is, will run in your head for as long as it takes you to read. So I will give you this as plainly as I can. I killed Gideon Browning. I burned him. I dressed in his clothes and fled. I am not writing to escape the consequences of that. I am writing so that when you close your file on this, you will know you were chasing a man who was already broken long before the first blow landed. By the time you read this, Sheriff, there will be no need to hunt me. I will have saved you the trouble. From this window, the world is very small, Sheriff. If I lean my elbow on the sill and press my forehead to the cold glass, I can see only a slice of the yard behind Miranda's house and the alley beyond. The rest of Illinois might as well not exist. There is just the leaning fence, the line of empty clothesline, the coal pile under its tarp, and in the far corner, that narrow little box that the whole household pretends not to think about until they have to. The outhouse. Its roof is pitched steep to shed snow, but time has warped the boards. One side sags slightly, as if the whole structure has been tilting degree by degree toward the ground for years. The wood was probably painted once a long time ago. Now it's just gray. Not the gentle gray of morning fog, but the tired gray of old bone left in the weather. Snow has drifted up against its base higher on the windward side, partially burying the bottom boards. A few footprints pock the crusted surface around it, dark, ovoid impressions leading to the door and away again. Some are new, sharply defined. Others have softened at the edges, rounded, where the last light dusting tried to fill them in and failed. The door faces away from me toward the alley, but I know what it looks like. I saw it when I first arrived. A simple plank door with a crooked wooden latch. The top edge doesn't quite meet the frame on one side, leaving a slit where cold air can seep in and smells can seep out. There is no moon-shaped cutout, no quaintness, no charm, just necessity. I think about the hinge more than I should. When Miranda showed me the yard that first day, she opened the outhouse door to prove it was there, part of the amenities she offered. The hinge gave a long, rusty ee as it swung a thin, complaining wail that sounded exactly like a voice trying and failing to form words. Inside, the smell hit me in a wave, damp wood, cold earth, and the acrid bite of waste. The floor was rough planks, stained darker in places with a slit cut over the dark pit below. No light reached down there. It was as if the earth had opened its mouth and never quite closed it again. When the door shut, it did so with a short, final thunk, cutting off even that thin strip of outside sound. For a second standing in there, I'd felt as if the world had ended just beyond the boards, and only this little wooden coffin remained. There are worse places to end than in a church, I suppose. But this one will do. The razor is a small thing. Smaller than the coin, in fact. I brought it from Michigan without quite admitting to myself why. Slipped it into the inside pocket of my coat the morning I left, the way other men slip a photograph of their family, or a flask, or a lucky charm. It sat there through the ride, through the trains, through the nights in cheap rooms, a thin line of steel folded into its handle, waiting. My hand finds it without looking now. The worn leather of the little case is smooth under my thumb edges, softened by years of use. When I open it, the hinge makes a soft click, clean and precise in the quiet of this room. Metal touches metal as the blade swings free, just a small, sharp ting, almost polite. I can see my own eye reflected in it, distorted in the narrow, gleaming surface. For a moment, that reflection looks like someone else's. I close it again. I'm not ready to hold it open yet. There's an order to these things. On the table beside the cheap basin, I've laid out the pages I've already filled. Your letter, Sheriff. My confession. The story that started on a winter road and will end, if all goes as I intend, in that box of gray wood at the edge of the yard. The sheets aren't clean anymore. My hand isn't as steady as it was at the beginning. The ink blots in places where the pen lingered too long thinking. Some lines are straighter than others. It doesn't matter. You'll read them. Or someone will before the ink fades. I stack them carefully, aligning the edges with the kind of attention I wish I'd given my own thoughts years ago. The paper makes a soft, dry whisper as it slides together. From my bag, I take the envelope. It's creased now from being taken out and put back in, as if repetition could make the act easier. On the front, in my neatest hand, I've written, "To the Sheriff of Rattle Run." Your name would make it more direct, I suppose, but names are for men we've met, and we have not, you and I. Titles will have to do. I slip the pages inside. For a second, as they disappear into the envelope's mouth, I feel a strange urge to snatch them back, to tear them up, to let the story stay scattered between pews and coals and the inside of my skull, instead of pinned down like this. Then I think of my wife of the town, that will talk no matter what, of Gideon's name already being bent into a shape he may not deserve. I seal the envelope with a line of glue and the press of my thumb. The paper sticks briefly cool and secure. When I lift my thumb away, it leaves a faint smudge of ink and sweat. This at least is something I can do cleanly. I imagine the sequence from here the way a preacher imagines a service before it happens. Tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after that, Miranda will notice that the tray she left outside my door hasn't budged. She will have left one tonight, as she always does, no matter how often I say I'm fasting. A bowl of thin soup, a hunk of bread, perhaps a slice of something sweeter, if someone brought it cheap from the market. When it sits untouched long enough to sour, she'll frown. She'll knock. She'll call Mr. Elder through the door in that practical, no-nonsense voice. I won't answer. She'll try the handle. Find the room empty, the bed unmade, the window still closed. She will see the envelope on the table or on the pillow, wherever I decide to leave it. Maybe she will pick it up, read the front, and feel a chill she can't quite explain. She will go to the back door. The yard will look the same as it does now from my window. Fence, coal, clothesline. The outhouse in the corner leaning slightly, snow mounded around its base. But there will be new footprints, then sharper, fresher, cutting a path through whatever the sky gives us tonight. Maybe the first thing she'll notice is the sound. A low, ugly sound. Not quite a word, not quite a groan. Just the noise a body makes when it knows it is ending and can't decide whether to protest or submit. The kind of sound that makes the small hairs on the back of your neck stand up before your mind has time to interpret it. She'll hesitate. Anyone would. That little building has always been a place you hurry to and from, not somewhere you linger. But Miranda is not a coward. She has run this place alone for years. She has dealt with drunk boarders and sick ones, and once a man who died quietly in his sleep and never checked out. So she will cross the snow. Her boots will leave neat double lines behind her. Her breath will show in little white bursts in the gray air. Her hand will reach out for the latch. It will be cold under her fingers. The wood would have swollen slightly from the damp, making the door stick. She'll brace one foot against the threshold and yank. The hinge will scream. That long, rusty aye will slice through the yard and into the alley, carrying further than she expects. The door will swing inward on a rush of colder air that has been trapped with whatever I've left in there. She will see me. I won't give you all the details of that, Sheriff. You already know enough from other cases, and I won't give anyone who hears this one more morbid picture to savor. It is enough to say I intend to make it clear that I did not die by accident, that no one else raised a hand to me, that the same man who put Gideon into the stove put himself into that wooden box at the end of the yard. There will be blood. It will dry on the boards in dark, ugly fans. It will drip down through the cracks into the pit below. That is what blood does. It follows gravity and leaves stains behind. Someone will run for help. Their boots will thud down the hall, rattle on the stairs, pound along the street. Voices will tangle, he's hurt, no worse, get the doctor, get the police. A whistle will blow somewhere. That shrill, sharp note you carry with you for crowd control for emergencies will pierce the late morning air as some eager soul borrows one or fetches an officer from the corner. It will sound almost like a kettle screaming on a stove, only meaner. You will get word, Sheriff, by the time you are standing in that yard, the snow scuffed by too many feet. Miranda pale and shaking with a blanket around her shoulders, my body will just be a fact for you to process. An endpoint. You will look from the outhouse to the envelope in your hand and begin to fit the two together. You will read the letter. Maybe not right away. Maybe not in that yard. Maybe you'll tuck it into your coat and wait until you're at your desk. The door closed, the stink of the outhouse scrubbed off your clothes as best as it can be. You'll break the seal. You'll see your own title written in a stranger's hand. You will understand then that every word you're reading now was written by a man who had no intention of ever standing in front of you alive. I am not coming back to Rattle Run to stand trial. I am not going to ride up to the jail with my hands raised and say I surrender and hope the town remembers me kindly. I don't have that courage if you want the worst of it. I have the smaller courage of a coward who will face his own blade easier than your eyes. These pages, this voice in your head, as your lips move over the lines, is all the justice I am capable of participating in. I will walk down those stairs tonight. I will cross that yard. I will shut the door of that little wooden box and let the hinge scream one last time. The cold will come up through the floor and into my bones. The dark will press in close. The razor will feel heavier than it looks. And then, if the Lord lets it be, so the noise in my head will finally fall silent. When you finish this letter, you may feel anger. You may feel nothing. You may feel something worse than either. That is your burden. Mine is nearly done. The story you've been reading, what you may one day have someone else read aloud to a jury or a congregation or an empty room, is not the beginning of a man's punishment. It is the end of his last stubborn attempt to make sense of himself before he steps into a box no bigger than his fear and closes the door from the inside. It was morning when I decided to die, Sheriff, but it looked enough like night that I could pretend the day hadn't started yet. January light in this city doesn't so much arrive as seep in. The sky outside my window was the color of dishwater, thick gray, giving nothing back. Breath fogged on the glass when I leaned close, blurring the view of the fence and the outhouse and the alley beyond. Somewhere down the street, a cart rattled over the cobbles, the sound thin and brittle in the cold. The house was awake in that quiet way all boarding houses are at the start of a day. No talk yet, no laughter, just the low murmur of necessities. Pipes clanked as someone turned on a tap. A chair leg scraped on the floor below. The faint, tired smell of breakfast, day-old coffee onions fried in too much grease. Yesterday's bread toasted to disguise its age curled up the stairwell. I sat on the edge of the narrow bed and listened to all of it, and for once, none of it sounded like coins. My boots stood side by side on the floorboard's toes pointed toward the door, like they were ready to leave without me. I bent and pulled them on the leather stiff where it had dried from yesterday's snow. The laces rasped in my fingers a dry whispering sound. When I straightened, the springs complained under my weight, the same long metallic groan they'd given every night as I turned restlessly from one side to the other. I looked once around the room. There wasn't much to see. A bed, a chair, a washstand, a strip of worn rug. The basin still had a ring of gray at the bottom from the last time I'd washed my face, and decided that was enough cleanliness for a man on the run. On the small table by the window, the envelope with your name on it lay where I'd left it, square and patient. It felt strange knowing I'd put more effort into those pages than into my own survival these last days. I stood. My hand went automatically to the inner pocket of Gideon's coat, confirming the weight of the razor without needing to look. It was there, small and heavy, the way a final decision always is. When I opened my door, the hallway greeted me with the thin hiss of the gaslight and the faint chill that lives in spaces between rooms. The runner carpet muffled my footsteps, but the boards beneath it still gave their little protests, a soft complaint with every step. Downstairs, the front parlor and lobby were half in shadow, half in the yellowed glow of a lamp Miranda had hung above her desk. The glass chimneys of the fixtures wore a skin of soot that turned the light sickly and low. Dust motes spun lazily in it, visible only at certain angles. Miranda stood behind the desk with a ledger open in front of her, one hand wrapped around a chipped mug. Steam still rose from the rim. The smell of coffee was stronger here, though the brew itself would be weak grounds stretched too many mornings in a row. A spoon clinked faintly against the ceramic, as she stirred metal ringing briefly before being swallowed by the wood-paneled room. She didn't look up when I came down the last few stairs. Her hair was pulled back in its usual messy bun, a few strands escaping to curl around her temples. Her apron was already tied on over her dress, a small stain of something gravy, perhaps near the hem. She was frowning at the ledger lips moving as she counted silently. For a moment I watched her unseen. Just another tired woman in another tired house in another tired corner of the country, trying to keep track of who owed what and which room was occupied, and whether the pipes would hold through another freeze. If I had been any other man, I might have stopped. I might have cleared my throat, asked for more coffee, complained about the draft under my door. I might have stayed alive a few more hours. Instead, I stepped past. Her spoon bumped the side of the cup with a soft ding just as I passed the threshold. The sound pricked the back of my neck. Old habit made me flinch just a little. My mind, ever eager to replay familiar horrors, suggested coin before the rest of me could shush it. I didn't turn around. I didn't speak. To her, I was just a boarder crossing her lobby too early for conversation. The back hall smelled different from the front. Less of people, more of the house itself. Damp wood, coal dust, old soap. The floorboards here were bare, no rug to disguise their voice. My boots made soft, hollow knocks as I walked, echoing off the narrow walls. Each step sounded like a question I already knew the answer to. The back door waited at the end, paint peeling where the damp had gotten into it. The frosted glass in the upper half glowed faintly with outside light, a weak rectangle of gray. I put my hand on the doorknob. It was cold, the metal leaching warmth from my palm. For half a second, my fingers tightened around it, without turning, as if to reassure themselves that this was still something I could control. Then I twisted. The latch clicked. The door opened with a dull, low creak, its hinges stiff from disuse in the worst months. Cold air rushed in, as if it had been pressing its face against the door all morning, waiting for someone to crack it. It slid up my sleeves and down my collar, a thin, invasive presence. The kitchen smells, the lamp heat, the faint comfort behind me, all of it washed away in an instant. I stepped out into the yard. The snow underfoot had a skin of ice on it from the night's freeze. When my boots came down, it broke with a faint, crisp lop-bop, the sound of something fragile being shattered again and again. Each footprint I left was a small wound in the otherwise untouched white. My breath hung in the air in short, visible bursts, rising and fading as I walked. The cold pinched the skin of my face, made the inside of my nose ache. Somewhere a crow sat on the leaning fence, its feathers puffed against the chill. When it saw me, it cawed once, a harsh, rusty sound that didn't quite belong to any living thing, and flapped away black wings, beating slow against the gray sky. The outhouse squatted in its corner, like it had grown there instead of being built a small, stubborn growth of wood and neglect. With each step I took toward it, it seemed to expand in my sightline, growing larger. Not because it was, but because it was the only thing I was allowing myself to look at. There were other details, if I'd wanted them. The coal pile, its tarp flapping a little at the edges where the wind had gotten under it, revealing glimpses of black, sharp-edged chunks. The clothesline slack and empty, a few clothespins hanging like small, crooked teeth. The fence, its boards warped, one picket missing entirely, leaving a jagged gap. But all of that slid to the sides of my awareness. The world narrowed to a path of footprints across a pocked sheet of white and the dark rectangle of the outhouse door ahead. My boots slipped once on a patch of compressed ice. I caught myself with a little stumble. The motion sent a jolt through my body, a quick reminder that I was still, for now, very much made of flesh and balance and instinct. The razor in my pocket nudged my ribs when I lurched a small, unyielding prod. It was quiet in the yard. The city's noise reached me only in softened scraps, the distant ring of a streetcar bell, the faint clop of hooves on stone, a man's shout, blurred by distance and walls. Over all of it lay the thin whistle of the wind and the crunch of each of my steps. At some point, my breathing and my footfalls fell into a slow, deliberate rhythm. It felt like walking through a church aisle toward an altar I'd seen 1,000 times before, except the congregation here was only the crows and the garbage, and the altar was a wooden box with a hole in the floor. I remember thinking absurdly that I should have worn my better boots. Then I remembered where those boots were back in Michigan, beside a bed I would never sleep in again, and the thought dissolved into something like a laugh that never made it past my teeth. Closer now. The grain of the wood on the door came into focus, long vertical lines, stained darker in places where years of hands had pushed and pulled. The edges were frayed splinters lifted where the boards had dried and tightened and cracked. A faint trace of frost crusted the nails, tiny crystals catching what little light there was. My hand rose almost of its own accord. Up close, the door was taller than I was, though, just barely. It filled my entire field of vision, cutting off the alley, the fence, the coal, the sky. All that existed now was this one surface and the small ring of iron fixed to it for a handle. My fingers hovered just above that ring for a heartbeat, 2, 3. In the silence, my own pulse sounded like someone knocking from the inside, asking to be let out. I curled my hand and closed it around the metal. It was colder than the knob on the back door had been, as if it had never been warmed by human touch, only by the breath of the pit below. The chill bit into my palm traveled up my wrist, nested in my elbow. And that's when I heard it. Small, clean, sharp as a pin dropped on a wooden floor in an empty room. Clink. A coin, my mind said instantly. A silver coin slipping from a careless thumb, hitting the boards, ringing once. The sound didn't come from behind me where a man might stand. It didn't come from my pocket, where nothing metallic rested now but the razor. It didn't come from the alley where no one moved. It came from inside my skull. An echo dragged 500 miles from a snowy road and a little white church and a pair of hands that are ash now. A ghost of a sound that had never had power except what I gave it. I froze with my hand on the latch, heart-hammering breath, held listening for it to come again. Nothing. Just the wind and the faint creak of the boards and the blood in my ears. I knew then, as much as a man like me can know anything, that whatever waited for me beyond this door, it would not be Gideon's coin or Gideon's powers. It would just be me. The door gives way under my shoulder with a long, high scrape of wood on wood, like the sound a man makes when he changes his mind too late. Cold air spills out first, dense, stale, different from the yard. It has the weight of breath that's gone nowhere, of winters layered on winters. The smell rises with it, wet wood rot, softened by time, the sour tang of old use and lime scattered half-heartedly over it. Underneath, faint but present, is the dark, muddy scent of earth. It feels less like stepping into a room and more like leaning over an open mouth. I step inside. The floorboards flex just a little under my boots. There's an instant when I'm aware of everything that's not supporting me, the empty pit beneath the wood, the cold ground further down, the fact that a few inches of planking are all that separate my body from a fall I don't have the strength left to climb out of. The space is barely wider than my shoulders. My elbows brush rough boards if I move them wrong. I pull the door in after me. It swings shut with a short, blunt thud. The strip of gray yard and gray sky narrows and vanishes. The hinge whines once more in protest and then settles. I slide the wooden bar into place across the door. It drops into its slot with a dull, conclusive thunk, a sound so small and so final, I feel it in the pit of my stomach. That's it. No more choices that don't involve steel. The darkness isn't absolute. It's the outhouse's own kind of twilight. Thin threads of light squeeze in through the cracks between the boards, faint as old veins under skin. One broader seam cuts across the wall opposite the door, a single pale line where the planks don't quite meet. Dust drifts through it, turning slowly in the cold air. The rest is shadow layered on shadow. The air is so still that I can hear it when I breathe. Each inhale rasps slightly in my throat. Each exhale leaves a little cloud of steam that fades into the dark a hand's breadth from my face. My breath smells of old coffee and fear. Outside, the wind keeps moving. It presses its palms against the thin walls, making them creak. It finds the gaps and whistles through them in high, whispering currents that sound almost like words if I let my mind tilt that way. It would be easy to imagine voices here. The mutter of Gideon's laugh and the sigh of the boards. The Reverend, someone will say later, heard the devil right in his ear as he died. That's how people talk when they don't know how much madness sounds like weather. I lower myself onto the narrow board. It's just a plank nailed across the back of the box, worn smooth and shiny, where bodies have sat briefly impatient to be done. It groans soft and low when I take my weight, as if surprised that someone has come here to linger. The cold in the wood seeps through the fabric of my trousers into my skin. Beneath the bench, beneath the boards, there is only the pit, a vertical grave cut into the earth. For a moment I sit very still and just listen. My heart is louder than the wind. It thumps in my throat, in my ears, in the hollow of my chest. The sound is uneven knocking rather than ticking. If anyone were standing outside with their ear pressed to the boards, they might hear it and think someone was tapping from the inside, asking to be let out. My fingers go to my collar. Gideon's borrowed neckcloth has sat wrong on me since the first moment I tied it. The cloth is stiff, cheap, rough against the skin. My wife's hands were never near it. There's no memory of her fingers smoothing it straight, no smell of her soap in its fibers. It belongs to no one now. I loosen it with clumsy fingers. The knot resists at first, then gives with a small jerk. The fabric rasps as it slides away from my throat. I undo the top button of the shirt, then another. Each little pop of the thread breaking is sharp in the confined air. Cold air slips in, skimming my skin, making the small hairs along my neck stand up. My hand finds the razor where it has lived all these days. The leather case is warm from the heat of my body, worn smooth by years of handling. It fits in my palm with a familiarity that should have belonged to a Bible or a wedding band instead. I open it between my fingers. The hinge makes a soft, clean click, neat as a period at the end of a sentence. In the narrow beam of light crossing the wall, the blade glints a small, bright line too tidy for what it's about to do. The metal looks almost blue in the dimness. My face swims faintly on its surface, distorted, and cut a stranger seen through bad glass. For a long breath, I don't move. My mind runs, though. It's always been better at that than at resting. It runs back to the church, the heat on my face when I open the stove, the hiss of overfed flame, the heavy thud of something going in that no fire should ever have to take. It runs to Gideon on the road, his grin too wide, that silver coin dancing between his fingers, the sound of it flipping and landing, flick, spin, slap, until it drowned out the world. It runs to my wife at the small kitchen table, hair coming loose at the nape of her neck, ink on her thumb as she balanced our accounts. To my children, faces flushed from sleep, tangled in their blankets, as I bent to kiss their hair the morning I left. To the town, compact and familiar, the weight of its trust, like a cloak on my shoulders every Sunday. It runs back further to my father, in his chair, eyes fixed on a spot on the wall that never answered him. To my mother, standing in the dark hallway, head tilted, saying, "Listen, John, they're on the roof again." There had been nothing on the roof but snow and 5 more years of shingles. Now here I am, in my own narrow hallway of wood, hearing the wind and wondering if I'm any different from them at all. I ask myself one last question, because it seems right to end with the truth, even if it's only a question. If someone were standing out there now, right there in the yard by the fence, if they could see through these boards without me knowing, what would they see? Would they see anything strange? Any shadowy figure leaning over me, any shimmering air full of forces a man can't name? Would they see coins spinning in the darkness? Eyes, glowing hands, not my own, guiding mine? No. They'd see a man who used to be a reverend. A man in another man's coat, pale and shaking in the cold, sitting on a rough board above a hole holding a razor to his own throat. That's all. The realization settles over me with a weight that somehow feels lighter than the stories I've been carrying. There is nothing in this box but wood cold and my own poor mind. Whatever haunted me from Rattle Run did not cross state lines on hooves or in smoke. It came the way it always comes for men like my father, my mother. Inside. I lift the razor. The steel kisses my skin. The first touch is just cold, a thin line of winter drawn across the softest part of my neck. My hand trembles. The blade shivers with it, catching the faint light, winking once. Just metal, I whisper to Gideon, to myself, to no one at all. Just metal. My grip tightens. Pain arrives like a flash, bright, immediate, pushing everything else aside. My breath snags on it, becomes a harsh, wet sound in the small room. The razor bites deeper. For a second, it feels as though the air itself has turned into fire at the edge of that thin line. Then there is warmth. It spills out over my fingers, fast and startling, soaking into the shirt, the coat, the bench beneath me. After so much cold, the heat is almost a shock of comfort. For a heartbeat or two, it feels like someone has wrapped a hot towel around my chest, around my throat. Then it keeps going, and the weight of it pulls at me, drags at the fabric, at my sense of where I end, and the rest of the world begins. My heart slams against my ribs, harder, faster, each beat sending another rush outward. The sound in my ears swells until it's all there is, a roaring, rhythmic thunder, like standing too close to an oncoming train. My breath comes in fits, now pulled through a narrowing passage. Each inhale is a climb. Each exhale leaves sticky in the air. The boards under my boots tremble faintly. I can feel the vibrations more than I hear them. A subtle shiver running up through my soles, through my ankles, into knees that suddenly don't want to lock steady. The outhouse creaks softly in complaint, as if the box itself senses something leaving it. The thin seam of light on the wall blurs. What had been a clean, steady stripe becomes fuzzy at the edges, as if someone has rubbed it with a thumb. Dust motes smudge into streaks. The light seems to pull farther away, as though the wall has begun to stretch. My fingers loosen on the handle. I can't tell if the razor has fallen or if I've simply lost the map of my own hands. I try to swallow and choke on the motion. My head tips back until it rests against the rough, splintered plank behind me. The wood scratches the back of my skull, anchors me for one more moment with the simple physical fact of pain. The wind outside muffles. The whistling becomes a far-off hiss, like someone steaming milk in a cafe 2 streets over, instead of pressing their mouth against the cracks in these boards. Somewhere a cart rolls past, wheels rattling. The sound is vague, like a memory of a sound rather than the thing itself. Inside the box, the only noises left with any teeth are my breathing and my heart. and even those are dulling. The hammering in my chest stutters, slips, then lurches on. Each beat feels like it has to climb a steeper hill than the last. The line of light thins. It draws itself down to a narrow thread, then to a single trembling point on the wall. It looks in that final moment like a candle at the far end of a long church aisle, small, golden, unreachable. I try to fix my eyes on it to hold it in place, but my vision wavers. The point dances, swells, shrinks. My legs go far away first. They're still there below me. I know they must be resting on the boards, but the sense of their weight drains out. My feet might as well be someone else's. The bench under me dissolves into a vague pressure. I can't tell if I'm sitting or sinking. Another breath in. Shallow, ragged. Another out. Shorter. The point of light flickers once. Again. My heart stumbles, catches then. I won't be there when you find the letter sheriff. I won't be there when you crack the seal, flatten the pages on your desk, and let my voice uncoil into your office like smoke from a fire that was put out too late. I won't be there when you ride out to Miranda's boarding house, when you stand in that narrow yard and look at the outhouse when you smell what I've done. By the time any of this reaches your eyes, I will only exist in past tense and ink. And I certainly won't be there on some night you'll never see when someone far away from Rattle Run and Illinois sits in a dark room with a glowing screen listening to another man read these words out loud to them. They'll never have heard of you. They'll never have seen the little white church or the stove or the yard behind the boarding house. But they'll picture them anyway. People always do. The mind is eager to build rooms it hopes never to walk into. So let me leave you all, the lawman, the reader, the listener, with the only thing I have left to offer, not answers, just the shape of the doubt I died with. There are, as I see it, two stories that can be told about what happened. In the first one, Gideon Browning was nothing more than what you've always suspected. He was a mean, unreliable drunk with a nervous grin and a cheap coat. A man who liked the feel of a coin in his fingers, the little show of flipping it, catching it, flipping it again. Someone who enjoyed having something to do with his hands, while his mouth ran away with him. In that story, he had no powers, no spells, no hypnotic gift entrusted to him by something dark. He rode down that road the same as any man saw me decided to talk, flipped his coin out of habit, and walked headfirst into the storm that was already gathering inside my skull. He didn't make me see him on every corner. My fear did that. He didn't reach into my arms and lift them. My terror did that. He didn't whisper anything into my blood. My family history had been doing that for years. In that version, I am the only monster who ever set foot in the Rattle Run Church that day. I misread a nervous town drunk as a sorcerer, built a whole cosmology around the sound of cheap metal on calloused skin, and then used that story to justify turning a man into fuel. When the illusion cracked, when the coin fell and no lightning split the sky, I chose the hatchet anyway. If you prefer your world solid sheriff, you'll like that story. It says that people do terrible things because they are sick or scared or cruel, not because something invisible nudged their hand. There is a second version. In that one, Gideon is still all the things the town said he was: drunk, erratic, quick to anger, but he's also something else. Or more accurately, something else is wearing him the way I wore his clothes. In that story, whatever walked the rafters of my childhood home, whatever whispered on my parents' roof and sat on my father's chest and watched my mother from the corners of dark rooms. It grew tired of old people no one believed. It wanted a new vantage point, a new pair of eyes, a new mind to lean on. It followed me out of that house, crouched in the back of my skull while I studied scripture and preached order into the chaos. It waited. When I met Gideon, a man already frayed, already unsteady, it stepped sideways. Used him as a mirror. Took that coin and turned it into a metronome only I could hear. In that version, the thing that laughed in the wind outside my window in Illinois is the same thing that made my mother listen to footsteps that weren't there. It didn't need Gideon. It used him. It used me. It used whatever noise was handy, the clack of hooves, the flick of a coin, the moan of pipes, to remind us we were not entirely alone in our own heads. I won't tell you which story to believe, partly because I don't know, partly because the choice you make says more about you than it ever will about what actually happened. Men like you, Sheriff, need the world to be fixed enough that evidence means something. Men like me have spent their lives watching their own minds lean sideways when there's nothing visibly pushing. You listening to this now in a house I will never see in a year, I will never reach you, probably think you're safe from both stories. You like to believe you're in control, that every thought is yours, that every decision is the product of your will and your will alone. I did too. Right up until the moment my arm went up by itself. Here's the part you might not want to think about when this is over and you turn the lights off anyway. Most of the sounds that drove me to the edge were nothing special. A coin, a stove, a bit of metal hitting wood, the little creaks and complaints of old buildings and tired plumbing that everyone hears and no one remembers. You know those sounds. The click of your refrigerator cycling off in the middle of the night, leaving the kitchen suddenly too quiet. The soft whoomp and hiss when your heater kicks on again, air rushing through vents you never think about. The pipes in your walls knocking once, then going still, making you pause on the stairs and tilt your head. The neighbor's footsteps passing your door at the same time every evening. The rhythm so familiar it disappears until the night it doesn't. Maybe there's a hum in your bedroom, a fan, a street lamp outside the transformer down the block. Something low and steady that you've long ago decided is just the house. You tell yourself those noises are nothing. They are, until your mind decides they're not. That's all it took for me. One small sound repeated often enough while my thoughts were already circling the drain. A coin flicked on a gray road, a skull in a stove. The wind finding a new note in the walls of a rented room. The door of a wooden box closing with a particular final thunk. Everything else I supplied myself. So when this voice stops and your room goes back to being just your room, listen for a second. Really listen. Hear the refrigerator click off, the heater breathe, the building settle, the faint murmur of someone in the apartment above you dropping something on the floor, the distant siren, the elevator cables, the ice maker, the water heater, the dog next door pacing, the old clock in the hall that ticks louder at 3 a.m. than it ever does at noon. Any one of those could be your coin if you let it. I don't say that to curse you. I say it because the thing that frightened me most at the end wasn't what might be out there. It was the realization that the real danger had spent years living directly behind my eyes, waiting for the right sound to hang itself on. Maybe Gideon never hypnotized anyone. Maybe he was just a sad, mean man with a coin and a habit, and I was the one who spun magic around him until it became an alibi I couldn't live with. Maybe it was always the coin inside my own skull, spinning and spinning in the dark, picking up speed every time I tried to pray it away. If that's true, I hope for your sake you never hear yours hit the floor. What makes this story so unsettling is not just the blood in the church or the skull in the stove. It's the realization that the real monster might be something as quiet and invisible as an untreated mind slowly losing its grip. On the surface, we have a classic horror setup. A small-town Reverend, a shady drunk named Gideon, a coin that seems to hold a hypnotic power and a murder that feels almost supernatural. But the deeper you go, the more the story refuses to give you the comfort of a clear villain. Was Gideon some dark conduit of evil, or just a broken man who happened to cross paths with someone more broken than he appeared? The Reverend spends the entire narrative trying to explain his own actions first, through the idea of hypnosis, then through the possibility of generational madness, and finally by admitting that the line between those two explanations is painfully blurred. That's where the story becomes quietly powerful. It forces us to confront how fragile our sense of control really is. We like to believe we are rational, that our choices are always ours, that we can think our way out of fear. He believed that too. He chose faith as a dam against the shadows in his family history. And yet, under enough stress, that dam cracked. There is something strangely compassionate in the way the story is told. The Reverend doesn't excuse what he did, and the narrative doesn't glamorize his crime. Instead, it holds two truths side by side. He is fully responsible for his actions, and he is also a tragic product of untreated mental illness, isolation, and overwhelming fear. We're invited to feel horror at his act, but also a kind of sad understanding for the human being behind it. The most haunting element is how ordinary the coin really is. It could be any small, repetitive sound, a fridge clicking off a pipe, knocking a heater kicking in. The story suggests that under the right or wrong conditions, even neutral sounds can become the triggers our minds hang their worst fears on. That idea is scary, but it's also a quiet reminder to be gentle with ourselves and with others. We don't always know what battles people are fighting in their own heads. At the same time, there's a hopeful angle hidden in the bleakness awareness. The story doesn't tell us to panic about our thoughts. It nudges us to pay attention to them. To notice when fear is rewriting reality. To take mental health seriously before it becomes tragedy. To question the stories we tell ourselves about other people, especially the ones that make them into simple monsters. If a respected Reverend could misread his own mind so badly, it challenges us to stay humble about our own certainty. So what about you? Have you ever caught yourself spiraling over a harmless noise or coincidence, and only later realized it was your fear filling in the blanks? And after hearing this story, does it change the way you see your own thoughts, even just a little?